Okay, good morning everybody. We're here at Mackey Park, home of the Cooks River Croquet Club, but also the Croquet New South Wales headquarters for the final of the Men's AC Open, the New South Wales Men's AC Open, which is an all-Victorian final. Our two players are Greg Hill, who's the taller player, and Stephen Foster, who just tossed the coin. Very important decision here. Not quite, well, not quite sure what's happened, but Greg seems to be amused. So a lot of players like to have favourite balls. Most players prefer to go in first, as that gives them control of the lawn. I personally like to always start off with a dark ball, as I can hit it with my second ball if I'm lucky enough. And it looks like Stephen is off first with the black and blue, following my preferred approach of using the darker ball to go on first. Been a pretty good tournament, gone quite quickly. Lawns have been great. They were running at 11 seconds this morning, which means they're fast. They just had a bit of a sprinkle to get the dew off, so they'll probably be up to 12 once the sun hits this lawn 3 at Mackey Park. So a super shot opening with black from Stephen. Let's see what Greg's going to do. Another super shot as well. So quite an aggressive opening from both players. Now the challenge here, of course, is if Stephen goes at red and misses, he'll put a ball down on the board. Both of these players have been roqueting very well. So blue has missed, and I have my assistant here with me this morning. I'm Steve Miles from Camaray, and my assistant is Roberta Flint from Marrickville. Just having a bit of headset problem at the moment. So how far did we go down? Blue's right down there on the book. So Stephen fell for the trap. So you can see how aggressive putting that red in this super shot was. It changed the balance of the game so early. Fairly routine roquet for Greg. Yeah, both players have been playing very well, having the occasional triple peel. There's blue hit nice in centre. There's two balls in the centre of the lawn. So those of you who are GC players and new to AC know that it's roquet, croquet. So you hit the ball when it's apart and then you put them together. And the idea is to roquet, croquet, roquet, croquet, roquet, croquet, and make a hoop. You can only hit a ball once to do your croquet. So now we've put blue across as a bit of a pioneer. Nice shot. And so what we're trying to do, of course, is keep all the shots that we play with the striker ball as short as possible. Interesting thing here that Greg is going to do a takeoff, commonly called a takeoff and leave behind, to put yellow behind black, rather than doing a roll where red would actually go further than the yellow and end up in the centre between hoop 1 and 2. That's because it's so important to get this shot here. We want a nice little rush to the hoop, and a takeoff generally gives you much more control and accuracy. And there we see the black ball going off to, well, what would be a perfect position in front of hoop 1. So that's the croquet. Now the croquet shot here. A little drive to put yellow in front of the hoop and black as the receiver ball. Very good. So we put black over to the right of the hoop or the east of the hoop, so that when he goes through, you can get black over, so his next shot to red is not too difficult. Very strong start. Oh, probably didn't expect that to go at that little cut. Still, of course, a bit of work as Greg tries to put black down to hoop 3. No. And get behind red. It doesn't really matter about the shot on red as long as he can roquet.
Okay, Steve, can you hear me? Okay, so it's giving delay.
Yeah. Okay, so put red.
One headphone off. I've just forgotten a single little part, which is critical.
Okay, so red's now down, brush down to blue. And now we can get
Can I go get it for
the
you?
striker ball
Can I buy one? What does it look like?
It's quite a specific thing. I don't think you can get it.
onto a nice little rush, so that blue will end up being the pioneer rushed into hoop 2. There you are. So you can see how we've got the rush to hoop 2. Red's what we would call a pivot ball on the way to hoop 3 after hoop 2 is made, and black being the pioneer. Nice controlled shot. Ooh, 6 inches too far, but I think he won't be too worried about that.
You have to.
Nice gentle touch. So blue is behind the hoop. If Greg makes this hoop and hits blue, it will be called a hoop and roquet. And that's the hoop and roquet. So now he takes a croquet shot from blue.
If you just take one of your headphones off, because I can't get the ears working, just so you can hear each other. Just put one over.
So you can hear that.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So, Steve, I think my microphone's working now, and you can hear me. I think I had some.
Sorry, we're having a bit of headphone problem here.
So if you do this, so that you can just hear, because I've forgotten a single cable.
Yeah. We-
So I'm not going to be able to get my headphones.
Okay, so Greg's over to hoop 3. We'll try and put red down as a pivot ball on the way to hoop 4, because blue's beautifully pioneered at hoop 4. Nice shot there to do a roquet rush of black to in front of hoop 3. I can't hear myself. Okay, if you are hearing us online, you might like to let us know, just to give us some comfort that everything is okay. So this is starting to look like being a pretty comfortable 9-hoop break for Greg. And welcome, Roberta.
Okay, I think that's working now, Steve, and I guess I've got some information on the players for people at home who don't know these players. So Greg and and Stephen are both from Victoria. They've both come up to play in the New South Wales Men's Open in preparation for their upcoming McRobertson Shield matches, which are going to be in the UK in shortly. Stephen's a very experienced player. He's actually played almost 3,000 tournament level events and has a 68% win rate. He's had done 641 triple peels and triple peeled his opponent 24 times. Stephen has been playing competitively for over 50 years and represented Victoria in the Air Cup 25 times, which is a pretty amazing achievement. He's also represented Australia in the McRobertson Shield team 6 times, and he is certainly part of the team again this year, which is the 100th and first year since the McRob was first played.
So he must have been playing since he was 2.
He must have been.
For 50 years.
That's right.
Since he was 12. Rosie News is standing by to help relieve with commentating later on.
To set up for his lead.
So, a nice player.
Positioning.
Over 600 triple peels. So I don't think I'm still waiting for my first one, so I don't think I'll be making 600. Okay, now you can see we've gone through hoop 4. A nice gentle tap because he wants to set blue up as a pioneer at hoop 6 and across to black and red waiting at hoop 5.
So it's interesting to see that the positioning of the red ball and why it's sitting there.
Why has he got 2 balls at the hoop? Isn't that a bit of a waste?
No. Well, in this, there's a specific reason in this particular case, because he's doing some preliminary setup for potentially loading 2 back with his partner, which is a standard that we use when we're going to do what we call a 2-4 leave. So you might find, that red gets kicked over a little bit to the right so that it's easy for him to play once he's run the hoop. It's easy for
a bit of a
Greg
close
to
ball
then
there,
just literally play a bit of a stop shot and load red over to 2 back. A lot of players don't take it out at this point, but traditionally you do.
Is this hoop a bit... No, it's not really tight at all.
Other times when you've not loaded a hoop correctly, you might find that people will double load, which is what those occasions are when you see 2 balls at a hoop. So
Double load? What do you mean by double load?
So if your load for a hoop or you've sent out isn't as tight as you would like it to be, maybe it's early in the game and you're feeling a little bit unsure of the conditions and things, you might send another ball up, or you might make your pivot ball closer to the hoop than you normally would.
So he was double loaded at hoop 5 then.
Well, he was not double loading for the reason of inaccuracy. He was he was putting a ball so that he could play straight after hoop 5. He could load partner to 2 back.
And we can see that red is over by 2 back. And he's a good cutter of the ball, Greg.
Greg is known at the moment as one of the best shots in the game. So best control. Best shooting, very, very good overall. One of the absolute rapid improvers in croquet in Australia. He's a very, very sweet.
Rapid improver over the last 50 years.
Oh, not Greg.
I was talking about Greg.
Stephen.
Oh.
Yes. But Greg, very much so, probably in the last 5 years. So... And literally in the last 2 years where he's come along to this level so fast, and his dedication to the game, impressive.
So Greg's getting ready to go and run hoops 6. Nice gentle through. He's already got black at 1 back, so he'll set red up, I suppose, as a pivot on the way to 2 back.
So,
Not really doing that, is he?
sorry, I can't hear you because of the trains going past.
Okay, well, it's sort of like, oh, is he trying to do a new standard leave already, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Greg's break.
Yeah.
I played against the Victorians in the interstate earlier in the year, but I wasn't lucky enough to.
So Greg's
play against
already
Greg.
thinking about what sort of leave he is
Well,
going
yes,
to do.
absolutely. These players have decided basically what they're going to do before they even hit the first ball, probably.
Yeah. You mean they don't make up their mind as they're hitting the ball?
No. If you're lucky enough to have this level of control, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
He's been putting it on the leg.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's doing.
What do you call that one?
No, he's not doing a spread.
Okay, so he'll send.
So the tactic in doing that is that it means that the player, if they hit in, the player plays next, if they hit in using the other ball, they can't actually rush the ball down to hoop one, which is a really good tactic to use against, obviously, a really good shot. In this situation, he's just going to leave as tidy and as long a leave as he potentially can. Looks like it's going to be a spread, not a flat one.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, he's usually done
So
a
he's
spread,
abandoned doing anything that's.
but he's still going to put blue across to
It's not
three
certainly
back.
not going to be an MSL. And this is Greg knowing Stephen. These two players know each other very, very well, and that adds a wonderful dimension to the game. There won't be a huge number of surprises, but that also means that you'll see them actively make decisions that make it difficult for the opponent, and that's why we love AC.
So Stephen has played Greg.
So Greg looks pretty calm,
Oh, wow.
but of course, like everybody, he's probably churning underneath. But given those impressive playing statistics that Roberta's read out, he's certainly done his more than 10,000 hours of practice.
The Malcolm Gladwell theory.
Yeah.
So the really interesting here is that Roberta's just handed that the boys have played, or these gents have played 22 times, and that Stephen's won 12 of those 22. Now, you would imagine somebody with the length of experience and certainly high-level competition experience like Stephen has probably got a higher, would have had a higher win rate against Greg. But what I would say is that his stats in the last 12 to 18 months have been so astonishingly good that Greg's probably caught all that up in that short space of time. He really has blossomed in the last 12 to 18 months.
So their overall win rates are quite similar, 68-69% in their tournament games.
Yeah, so there's similar win rate overall. Stephen's probably got a much higher tripling percentage. It's one of the things Stephen Forster is known for, very elegant play and very, very competent finisher.
So Greg's
using
about to
triple
go
peels.
through three back, which is where, of course, he will need to set up his leave. So this looks like
Well,
a
it's
sort of
interesting.
version of new standard leave. He's going to try and put blue
Yep.
against the leg, or
Wide.
at least in a position where there's no swing at red and yellow. And
Nice and
also,
tidy. That's what he needs.
Yeah.
Nice, easy start for him if Stephen misses.
Yeah. So we can see that blue, where it is, will be protected from black's shooting if it's a lift from the A balk.
Yeah, that's
And
what he's checking
then
for.
red and yellow will be in a position where blue can't hit them because of the restriction of the backswing on the hoop. When if Stephen was to play blue, which of course he won't because it's unplayable really. So what's Stephen's choice here, Rosie?
Oh, he's got to hit something.
He's got to
Steve
hit
Miles,
something.
he's actually got to hit something.
Which ball would he take?
He'll be looking at whatever he thinks he can get the most out of. Again, Foster is extremely experienced, so for him to look at, he'll be thinking, should he be looking at a TPO, looking at Greg's form throughout this event? Is a TPO potentially going to be an option for him? Is he just happy to get a nice tidy 9 himself and leave something tight and hopes Greg doesn't hit? And I think that's probably the less a suboptimal option. Greg's hitting at the moment is pretty much outrageous.
Yes.
So, and these lawns are what we would call easy in terms of hitting. And Greg's been displaying this morning that he's having no trouble hitting distance whatsoever in his warm-up, that's for sure. So I think Stephen's just looking at the things that Greg may not be as experienced as, which is dealing with TPOs, understanding what he necessarily has to do to combat it. So,
And of course what we should have mentioned at the start is this is a best of 3 game final. So Greg's set up.
it looks like it's a rush to 1.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Well, which is cute.
And yeah, unless he's going to, he's
It's
not going to
cute.
go to blue and
Preempting
try
what
and
he
rush
thinks
across
Stephen
the
may
black.
do. Stephen's going to
Also-
have a really good look, because depending on to what degree it has to be cut, will make a
I
difference
think
to
these
what.
lawns have pretty good boundaries, so except for lawn 2, which has a western boundary that's a bit severe.
Stephen's now looking from the centre of A ball potentially at what he's got, if he's got anything.
So there's no need to hurry this decision.
It might
You
not
need
be
to,
as good as it looks from here.
yeah, you need to look at all the options. It's a pretty important decision because, as Rosie says, he needs to hit, and that's probably the standard thing you would do. Get blue.
Well, if Stephen
How's
hits
the
a red,
game?
this is an easy start for Stephen. It's got a
Yeah.
very easy start. And except, of course, Steve Miles, if he roke his red right down to the end of the lawn, the time you potentially don't want to send a ball, you may send a ball, which a lot of players do.
Yeah, but both of these players have pretty good control of the lawns on what is pretty good lawn, so credit to the lawns manager here at Cooks River, who's Rob Elliott, who knows every blade of grass, I think, because he spends a lot of time here. So here we go with the lift shot.
Oh,
Straight through the middle,
No.
so
well, it's close to the yellow than the red.
yeah.
That's okay. Early days for Stephen. He's cool, he's cold. It's not as cold as Geelong this morning is, I'm sure, which is where Stephen's home club is, Belmont, Geelong.
So what are you expecting Greg to do now, Rosie?
I'm expecting Greg will do his absolute utmost to craft a triple opportunity out of this leave, and I think that's where he'll be. From here, the indication of the fact that he looks like he's left a rush, a cut rush to 1. Yeah, I'm not quite sure of the angle from where we are, so what he's chosen, and he's quite high
Yeah, I think,
to do what we would normally do here. So
yeah.
might be interesting to see.
It
Whatever
blacks
it
out a
is,
bit from the
I'd say it's
boundary,
going to
so
be
there's a
delayed.
safety.
What would you normally do here, Rosie?
Like I said, as soon as we see this angle, it looks like he is going to try and cut rush to 1.
Yeah.
The reason is obviously you want to try and rush. You want to try and play 1 off partner so that you can load 3 to begin the triple. But he can also obviously take the option that he can play it as a delayed. No,
Well, that
he's
looks like
rushed
a
to
pretty
1.
good rush.
What we thought
Very
he'd do.
good cut rush on the right side of the hoop.
Okay.
It's good.
Well, there's work to be done, but he certainly achieved his first objective. That's a really nice cut rush from where he was.
So Stephen, even though he missed with blue, has taken blue out of the play at least until
Makes it a little bit more
2-4.
difficult for Greg, but certainly
Yeah.
not impossible. This is often the
Well,
position
there, that's a bit of a drift pass.
a lot of players are in, having to retrieve a ball out of corner four.
Nice
hit,
hoop
Greg.
shot. Beautifully played. Nice and smooth.
Yes, and ironically, the hoops are incredibly tight. I know on court 4 in the very first turn, we already had a ref out to reset a hoop because it was jammed. So certainly not as trivial, the hoops this morning.
Well, the hoops are set on 3 11/16 minus, so they're allowed to be 3 11/16 with a downward tolerance of
So they're squeezy.
30 seconds. So yes, they're about as tight as they can be.
And occasionally just a teeny tad tighter by the looks of things.
I think we've checked them all, so nothing's too tight.
Oh, it's lovely to see that you have a jam every now and then. I think that's keeping everybody on their toes. As we said, I think already this morning, this lawn particularly is running at 11.5. And given that it got an absolute soaking just before play began with the sprinkler system to lift the dew.
This is a bit of a risk with this edge, but
yeah,
it did roll off a little bit.
That's fine. That's easy.
So it's always a good idea, players, to understand what your edges are like along the lawn.
You seem to have a bit of an issue with edges there, Steve.
I did. I saw a few on lawn 2 roll off on Friday when I was managing and reffing.
I think I can safely say all that was in Greg's mind was, am I getting a rush?
Yeah.
So Greg did play Pete on this lawn yesterday afternoon, so he's quite familiar with it.
Yep. And Pete said Greg played beautifully. Beautifully. Pete's currently the Australian High Performance Manager and has been spending quite a bit of time with these guys and a lot of the top players.
Now we've got an interesting shot here.
He's
We
very
should be
impressed.
calling for the referee. David Gibson from Manly is the referee. He'll come and see, because Greg has what we call a hampered shot. And when you have a hampered shot, a lot of things that are okay in the field of play become fault. So what would he be worried about here, Rosie?
Well, Greg's played this shot a million times before, so I'm probably not as worried as you would be if it was a less experienced
I would
player.
be quite worried, but
What are you worried about, Steve?
I would be worried, about hitting the hoop with the mallet because I haven't got a free swing. I'd be worried about a bevel.
A bevel. You mean the bevel made him do it?
That's right.
That's the phrase, isn't it?
But most of all, I'd be worried that I wouldn't hit the black at all.
I think you'll find that the ball is sufficiently far out for that not to be the case. And as you can see, the way he's approaching it, it's a pretty safe shot.
Oh, we must apologise, viewers. We haven't updated the score. Of course, Greg's on 9 plus 2, which is 11.
Oh,
and
he's asking for
Stephen
the hoop to be put in.
still on 0.
Yellow's on 9, so if I'm going, yellow's on 9.
Okay, and as is Greg's right, he's been asking for the hoop to be hammered in slightly so that the top of the carrots, it won't restrict his swing, which sort of implies he's going to be rolling the mallet head along the grass. A little bit of a harder whack needed, David.
It's okay. It's okay.
You got it. Thank you.
I'm actually going to... I'm going to swap sides. With you so I could hear you better. I'm right near the train and I can't hear you speaking. Sorry,
That's all
everyone.
right.
Okay.
So David's marking in the ball now in case there's a fault, because with a fault the opponent has the right to either place the ball back to where they were or leave it where it ends up. Okay, standing up it doesn't look quite as bad.
No, it's a nice gap between the hoop and the ball.
So this should just be just a hit. Boom. Yeah. Good shot to practice, of course,
Really?
so that you know that you can do those sort of shots, stabby sort of shots. Okay, so is he going to think about the triple yet?
He's been thinking about the triple before he did the leave in the previous turn. So yes,
But
100%.
he can't, so he's going to do a delayed triple because he hasn't got an escape ball.
Correct. But it's a pretty standard delayed.
Yeah. So a delayed triple is where he tries to peel on his way to hoop 6 rather than after making hoop 3.
Will depend on, yes, well in this case yellow's reasonably out of position, so it's not going to be that easy. Oh, that's possibly not quite what he wanted. But that's
Why
okay.
do you say that?
Well, red's not as close to yellow.
Black
as
would
I'm
have been
sure
better
he
off.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm be more concerned about just making sure this shot's easy. It's an important shot.
Right.
Making sure you get the hoop. Considering all the cleverness of triples and things that you can potentially do to finish the game more swiftly and certainly definitively, none of that matters if you can't actually run the hoop that you fall.
Oh, well, that's a nicely controlled shot.
It is.
Always difficult when you're taking off from the side of the hoop.
Bit of an angle.
Nicely through. And that's pretty well where he would have wanted the red to end up. Now, what's he going to do
I don't know,
with
maybe
yellow? Yeah, he's still going to have yellow in play. He's not going to leave it behind yet. So maybe 9-12-3 will be his strategy.
9-12-5.
Sorry, 9-12-5. Yes.
I thought you were an actuary, Steve Miles.
Well, but there are 3 types of actuaries, those who can count and those who can't.
Ooh, actuary jokes. I love it.
This is important. He needs to cut black across.
He certainly does.
Oh, that's a very good cut.
It certainly, this isn't what I would have anticipated happening. So he must, seeing this yellow's at 5, maybe he's got some intention of getting it up after 5.
Okay, so
There's plenty of times we don't always have to do, and you'll frequently see people not do what you and I would consider to be a textbook triple. Trevor Bassett's a fabulous exponent of not doing necessarily a textbook triple. He can get himself out of a lot of difficulties that other players.
so here he's going across the blue.
Yep.
And that's quite a big roll out of the corner. Oh no, I'm wrong. He's going to do the takeoff, which gives him a lot of control. And the sort of shooter that Greg is, he's not worried about having to shoot a blue 5-6 yards away.
He's not, but he's showing that he's a little bit. He's showing Stephen a bit more respect than I would have thought at this point, meaning that he's taking off. It's as opposed to
straight through.
Yeah. But as you say, he has an extremely confident one-ball shot at the moment. So he's erring on the side of the sorts of shots that he likes, which is a good thing to do. But as soon as Stephen would have seen that, Stephen would have been thinking he might be seeing a little bit of soft underbelly from Greg. Maybe.
He's made blue. Now what would be his strategy? Go down to black after doing quite a big roll?
Yes, I assume he's going to black. It'll be interesting to see where he's going to put the blue. Is it going up between 6 and 4 back? Is it to be used later as an escape ball? Or is he just, as you say, going round and doing his 12?
So long as he's got his red in the position to hit black, he's pretty well okay, because yellow's so close to hoop 5. There's a good pioneer. Nice smooth stroke, and look how those balls roll.
Excellent.
Yes, excellent shot.
But as you say, I think we're looking at a 12.
Look at that, nice cut to get that approaching from above the hoop rather than below, which always makes your shots easier. And you notice this is what the players do all the time. They try and make their shots easier.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the misunderstandings of people looking from the outside in at AC. The best players are always looking to make their life as easy as possible. They're not looking to play hard shots. They may need to play one big shot to get a good breakout,
Yeah.
but other than that, they're really looking for a rush stop shot game as much as they possibly can. Balls nice and close together to make everything very, very easy. I think that's why it looks so gorgeous and relaxed.
Well, sometimes you think they never have any hard shots, so how can they really be a good player? And Greg just seems to have the pace of the lawn pretty well understood.
And I think in a best of 3, oftentimes this first game is used to warm up, for want of a better term, or to get the feel and the touch in, especially if the opponent misses the first lift. Greg might not feel there's any pressure to do anything fancy in this one. He just
So
needs to go
where do you
round.
think he'll send black?
It's going to go, because yellow's a little bit long, you'll find that it's going to go maybe 3 or 4 yards south of hoop 2, or not. Oh yeah, thereabouts. It's a quasi double load, I suppose. He's just getting his pivot nice and close so that there's no errors. He's got a ball to use so that he can load 2 back. As you notice, this is a different break to the last break, where he'd already taken the ball out and loaded 2 back.
So he still hasn't got a load at 2 back.
But this is coming now, Steve.
Right.
Oh, so again, a little unusual because he's rushed it down, but he didn't actually get a shot to get north of as you said before, 1 back. So he didn't do that. He got a perfect rush down and he's going to take off and come back. I'm assuming he's going to try to rush black back up to the
So
north
why has he
boundary.
put red on this side of blue, which is going to push blue further away from 2 back?
I think it's because blue's a little deep. Oh, and doesn't want... Oh. While it's not looking as pretty as it was, he's still very much in control. I don't think he's concerned about what's going on at this point. It's well and truly back in control. Yeah, with this shot. a really, really, really nice hoop will always get you back into the game.
So he's going to have black and yellow close together, which makes up for him not having a pivot on the way.
Yes.
Oh, now he's going to, yeah, now.
Correct.
Now it's starting to look a lot better.
Well, here's the speculation, Steve. What's the chance of him having a go at a straight triple? Notoriously the king of
Yeah.
triples,
Well, yeah, that's...
or so I think.
I think, yeah. I don't think he'll do that. He doesn't seem to be that player who wants that sort of
To be
risk of
brave?
leaving a ball in the hoop when you're trying to peel it.
It's lovely to watch. Really, really lovely
So
to
this will
watch.
be a bit of a stop shot, I suppose.
A bit, yeah.
So he doesn't want red to...
He's happy with that.
Well,
He just needs to power that yellow down to the bottom boundary so that he can load 3-back and come up on his ball. Like that.
isn't that nice? I mean, you can see here his options are all shorter shots than if he loaded, done a bit of a stop shot
Of
and
course,
loaded with black and then came back and still had a lot of distance between the balls. But he's making sure that his shot with his striker ball is not a long shot.
Early in my, well, not too early in my career, but I got that advice from Jenny Clark, actually, who noticed in my game that I spent a lot of time doing massive shots when I really didn't need to, and to be a little bit more, use the pivot in a much more sensible way, and it certainly changed my game.
And there's more than one way of achieving the desired result.
Yes, like we said before, there's the easy way and the hard way.
And of course, with blue being so deep, it was important to be able to get behind it and rush it
Correct.
to the hoop, so you needed to approach it from the boundary.
So for lesser players like you and I, we might have been a bit sweaty about that whole situation when he did the rush down to 2-back and then the takeoff, and it didn't look as nice as it could have. But you'd probably find in his mind it's just like, okay, well, this is what's happened, this is how I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
Which is a sign of a very good player as well.
And of course, you're always thinking about your rush shots rather than your sort of rolls or your croquet.
Because they're easier.
And we haven't seen a lot of rolls. We just saw that one big roll out of corner 3. A big roll is normally a shot you do when you've done something
Wrong.
beforehand or need to get a
break.
out of a corner.
I'm very bad at scoring.
Okay, so we're up to 8 now.
I can't keep track of the score.
Roberta's only job is to keep track of the score at the moment, but she's having trouble with that.
No, I think she's watching the game. That's
But,
the
I
problem,
mean,
so she's forgiven.
It's only the score when you stop your break that counts. Along the way, it doesn't really count, as we often try to say. So he's going to go all the way to... Does he go all the way to the peg, or does he stop one short to make Stephen do a tricky peel?
No. I shouldn't say that. So, but I would say that stopping at the peg is not. Stopping at Rover at this level of play won't be a deterrent to Stephen. That's bread and butter shots for Stephen. So, what Greg is basically saying by doing a 12 is he's saying you must hit this lift or it's all over. So, and that's probably really good. Early play, early in the morning, first game play with Stephen is to, before your opponent gets warmed up, you actually lay down that gauntlet and say, well, I'm not doing anything fancy.
What sort of leave do you think he's going to be thinking about, Greg?
I imagine it will be as hard and as dry as possible, so that if Stephen does hit, he's not going to make too much out of it. It just depends on how most players I noticed at the interstate, the recent interstate, and we played these guys, was that they were doing very tight cross pegs after the second break.
So where does he start thinking more about the leave than making the hoop?
Well, never. Absolutely never. You don't get to the leave if you don't run the hoop, but you're certainly planning, and there's plenty of time to plan from early on.
Okay, so black is sent off towards the peg. He's starting to plan for the leave now.
But like I said, he already had a plan, probably,
Yeah.
and how it's being executed will depend what you end up getting, how he's feeling out there. He's extremely conscious of the fact that he hasn't done a triple, and that Stephen's incredibly proficient. The last thing he wants to do is give Stephen any balls.
Well, Stephen's had a couple of triples this tournament.
He has, and Greg has as well. And considering that they are playing under pretty high-class championship conditions in terms of lawns, hoops and balls, that's a good thing. It's a good thing. The Australians are notorious for setting tough courts.
So we're playing with the Dawson balls today.
Yes, they're post Humpties, so they're not the Humpty balls, but they're the
They did seem to be a bit bouncy at first and often lose their colour, but these ones seem to have...
yes, these are post Humpties. These aren't those ones. The iteration of those, and they're really well liked here and very well performed. This is one of those lucky clubs that has a range of balls that they can use, but on this particular occasion they're using the Mark III post Humpties, which is nice.
Okay, so we're through penult. And what are you thinking about now, Rosie?
I would truthfully believe he's going for a cross peg. He's going to try and get something very nice and tight across the peg.
Right.
It's the easiest way for him to complete.
So a tight crosswire or wide
Well,
crosswire?
well, yeah, because it's more of an advantage to you if the balls are tight.
One thing, the ball's in near the centre of the court, so that
This
can
is
finish
easy.
off.
He's doing this quite nicely.
Yeah, so black's nice and tight.
Yeah, looks very good. And all that has to happen now is that everything needs to work nicely for blue, getting blue back up, and he's doing the rush. He's put the blue in such a position that the rush is going to come up the other side so that he can just tonk it up behind black, send it forward, already in a wide position, hopefully, and
Yes,
then just
being
tidy
so
up the
close
black.
to the hoop, to the peg, sorry, black
Yeah.
will be easier to wire.
Correct. He can actually he's right behind the line of black, hopefully. A little bit short, but not impossible.
This is going to be a
He's
bit of
going
a
to
tricky
wide.
shot.
He's going to
Well, you have to go wide now, I think, because
not close enough to be
too
accurate.
much chance of not getting it wide if you went short, if you went tight.
Well, Stephen will be happy with that.
Okay. So he's still got a bit of work to do.
It's clearly not wide, so he's going to have
So
to.
he's going to get a cross wire.
I'm going to be sure he's right. It's a very short shot if you don't get it right for your opponent.
Well, he only has to move it a very small bit. There we are.
Yeah,
Has
moved
he
and
got a
rolled back.
free swing? Yellow goes across to the boundary. Why didn't he go for the corner, Rosie?
It's too short a shot, Steve.
Too short a shot.
Not giving a 13-yarder to Steve if you don't have to. So these days it's become very popular to make these leaves very flat so that when you are on the boundary there, you are able to leave your setup in an optimum position,
So
optimum distance, which he's not going to be able to do because...
Well, he's trying to wire
black
from red and yellow.
It's pretty tidy. I'd love to see how much blue's got on black, if it's got anything at all.
I don't think it'd have enough.
I
Of course,
think it's got a little bit of a fat lip.
but if he misses, he puts blue down with red and yellow, and it's all over Red Rover. But if he misses, it's all over Red Rover, whatever happens, probably.
What is it they say about the fat lady singing, Steve?
Oh, well, there's been a couple of matches like that.
Have there?
Yes,
so you've got to be careful.
Yes, people have been losing with 23 or 24 hoops.
I've been lucky enough to partner Stephen Forster in Trans-Tasmans and whatnot, and there's absolutely... Roberta's coming back with some information about the wire. Is the ball in a bit?
There's a little bit, okay.
Ooh.
Well, he's not taking it anyway.
Okay. Okay, Stephen's turned it down. It did look like, even from the body language, Greg wasn't happy when he took off. That ball rolled back. So, but he's not taking any risks here, Stephen.
I don't know.
Taking the shortest shot on the lawn, as we like to say.
Is there any chat? Can you see if anyone's online?
You got 5 people and one comment from Gary saying weather looks great.
The weather is great, Gary Phipps. Oh,
Ooh.
beautiful shot, Stephen. And now
Well.
it begins, Mr. Miles, and now it begins.
Yeah.
Here's your 50 years of experience about to come into play.
Well, that was pretty well spot on, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, no pressure, Stephen Forster. But you would expect. It's always delicious to watch Stephen play. He's so elegant, so gorgeous. Everybody loves him. He calls himself the side-style hack, but he's not. It just looks brilliant. So did we tell Gary? I think it's a balmy 12 or 13 degrees at the moment, Gary, but it's warming up, and it is a stunningly beautiful blue sky day here in Sydney.
Well, I think it'd be nice to be sitting in the sun, but that breeze has got a little bit of
Bite
to it.
I think most of the days have been getting to 21 in
Yeah.
Sydney, and we assume that it'll get to 21 as well.
So do you think Stephen will try for a TPO or just do a 9 hoops? Because if he did a TP, if he
If he did a TPO,
give a lift,
then Greg's going to win
yeah.
because Greg's on 9. He's good, but I don't think he's going to give him the game. What he will potentially do is, and what's interesting is whether Stephen's prepared to pig him out, and I don't think so at this stage. I think Stevens will be working on Greg having one more shot, and that's a lift. That's it.
Right.
And then Stephen will go round and do his dribble. I think that was probably what's in his mind. He was having a roast chicken dinner at my place last night, but he didn't discuss this, or what his tactics would be against Greg.
Right.
He was hoping for a nice day and some great games.
So of course Rosie was laughing because the TPO would have been.
The end of the game.
Well, he still would have had to. Would have been taking yellow,
the peg
yellow
out.
to the
Pardon
peg.
me.
Yellow to the peg. Whereas Rosie's quite correct. He will probably try and peg out red.
Oh, he might.
Although he's still got to give away, if he goes all
Yeah.
the way around, he's still got to give away a contact.
Correct,
lead.
and I can't see that happening, Steve,
Yeah.
at this stage. I'm
You can
pretty
see
sure
that I
that's
don't
a
do
9.
TPOs or OTPs very often at all. Okay, here we go. Just making very workmanlike approach to this.
It is. I think in 50 years, how many times do you think Stephen's walked that track?
Yes. So is he one of these players who likes to set a ball up at the hoop and the following hoop, rather than use a
No,
pivot?
not necessarily. Not necessarily. It depends on where the balls are. Right at the beginning of a break, when you're constructing it, it's about making sure that you get this hoop, and that's all it is. That is tight, that hoop.
So the good news is the ball is through, and the bad news is the ball is through.
Yes.
Maybe not that far. Much tighter than when Greg had to do.
Yes,
that
he's
shot
he's
early
not
in the
nearly
game.
as far through. And I would suspect Stephen doesn't have anything like the nice angle that Greg had. It looks like...
I mean, even though you're responsible for calling a fault on yourself, it's always a good idea to call a referee just to make sure things look right, that they were done right.
Yes, as well. It's super important.
Good
Nice
shot.
shots, Steve.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Look at that. Now, you were talking about smooth play. Stephen's drives are just beautiful. Quarter drive. Very, very smooth.
Well, I thought Greg looked relaxed, but Stephen looks even more relaxed.
This is Stephen's environment. This is where he's at home, most at home. On the lawn, doing what he loves.
And what should Greg be doing?
Contemplating the decision around not pursuing the triple, even though things potentially weren't as great as he wanted them to be. There may be a value in ensuring that he did pursue the triple, because he does know Stephen, and if Greg misses the lift, it'll be over.
The score hasn't updated there.
That's Greg's score.
Oh, it's Greg. Okay, right. It's okay. No, I can see. Good. Oh, thank you. So this high tech.
It's Sunday morning, Steve Miles. And I know you and Mrs. Miles have a big night Saturday night on the vegetarian meal.
Oh, we're not as vegetarian as we used to be.
Really?
We went through that phase where you start to run out of everything. And also you don't get the variety of meals down at the Oaks Hotel if you're a vegetarian. You're stuck with eggplant.
Well, I can see your problem if you're stuck with eggplant.
So we did chicken and capsicum last night that I'd cooked. But we don't eat a lot of the meat anyway.
Well,
Okay,
I
so
was going to say, such as Steve Forster's game is that we can wander off and talk about eggplant and the Oaks Hotel. So
so no pioneers. What's he doing here?
no pioneers.
Well, he hasn't set up a
Yeah.
pioneer at hoop 6.
It's about to come right now.
Right.
Yellow's going up there.
Okay.
What you will notice is that Stephen pushed the yellow to the other side at 5, so that when he was loading 6, he's able to make sure that there's no furniture in the way, meaning hoops. And that's an incredibly clever, simple, basic thing to do. Again, don't make it hard for yourself. Yeah, and to a purist, these balls might look a little messy, but this is a comfort zone. Stephen's not worried.
Well,
He's
you just have to
literally
get
done
the
this
balls in the
thousands of
place at
times.
some time during a term, and they don't
Yeah.
have to be perfect each time.
No.
But particularly if you play a game where you're rushing balls to your hoop, as long as you've got a nice rush, it doesn't really matter too much where your pioneer is.
You'll see Stephen here is also trying to do the load to 2 back, and frequently players, you just saw there, Stephen appeared, compared to Greg, to send that black quite a distance from red to make sure that's Stephen's ratio. And I think some players are sometimes a little hard on themselves when they have longer ratios. They don't need to be. Your ratio's your ratio.
Yes, I was quite surprised to find out that my ratio just for the drive is only 3.5, which is why I end up short all the time. But of course
Well,
it's,
knowing it is important. Owing it. It was a question that we had at our recent state team training is how long does it take you to do 9? And how long does it take you to do the final 3 hoops? Are you aware? And those sorts of things. It certainly helps with your planning and your tactics if you are.
okay, so
You can't be tough on Roberta with the scoring, Steve.
no. You couldn't see it, listeners, but I was pressing the wrong button, so the score wasn't updating. Nice and smooth.
It is gorgeous. The breeze is coming up a little bit now.
So we've got black at 2 back. The pioneer.
Only too big for you, though. You don't have to hug it.
I feel like I'm going to lose them otherwise.
Now what's going to happen here?
I can leave it. They're fine.
Looks like
It's fine.
yellow will go across. Well done.
No, I think you might see an MSL here, which is a Morm standard leave. I hope I've got the right terminology.
Okay.
We don't see it very often, but this yellow's going on the bar. And that means that it will be difficult to rush anywhere.
So
plus
that
it'll be
means he's
hidden.
not going to go and peg out red.
No.
Because
There's no
Give away the
contact.
contact left.
There's no need to. There's no need to give contact. This isn't last ditch desperation. We've still got a lift shot, and you're definitely not going to give somebody on 9 and 12 contact leave. They get the innings, even in the least part of that scenario. So that's not going to be the case. He's just going to leave him, as I said, the most difficult and the most dry leave he can potentially leave him. And by doing that, he's saying to Greg, okay, Greg, if you want to win this, you're going to have to hit. Which might not be such a big gauntlet to throw down for Greg, but having said that, that's really the only option Stephen's got at this
Red's
point.
a nicely position for the new standard leave. Put black across so it can be rushed across. 2-3 back. After 2 back is made. So black will need to be positioned as an escape ball after 3 back.
It's just going beyond 3 back, just gently beyond 3 back, that's all. So that red can be left on the bar, in the same way that yellow is on the wire. Years and years and years
Is that
of
a bit
precision.
tight for?
No.
Yeah.
Not
Not,
at
he
all.
doesn't look very worried.
No, he's not worried. It can be rescued. Having said that, you won't know probably with Stephen when he's worried, no matter what. The body language is so controlled that he's not going to let body language. He's just checking from A-balk, and he's making triple shot on yellow. That everything's just so.
What was he checking there?
He's checking for the point at which things are wired from A-balk. So I would imagine red's not quite as far north as... Oh no, yes it is. Sorry, I've just looked over the screens and I can see it. It's lovely. Absolutely lovely. How long did that break take, Steve, do you think? Oh, he didn't want that there.
Probably 15. No, would have been more than that. But certainly play with due dispatch.
Yeah. So red's not in the position he would have liked
No,
it.
normally it would be against the eastern leg. But, I mean, really, he can't do any swing at anything.
We know because Stephen's cut it up a little bit high.
Yeah.
But what's more important is that red's, if yellow were to play, red's are not really rushing anywhere of any huge value. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Red
Yellow
would
is
be visible
going to
to yellow from the balk line.
Red would be visible to yellow from the balk line. Yes.
Probably, so that gives a chance. But of course, Stephen will set up so that if Greg misses his shot to yellow, then Stephen
Correct, finishes.
is in a good position to finish with a triple peel.
You could almost say that it's a little enticement, except that Greg's such a good shot.
Yeah.
It's too close an enticement. Yes, I'm sure Greg was able to breathe out when he saw that red travel that extra 3 or 4 inches that Stephen didn't want it to travel.
Well, it's always good for these players to show that there is hope for the players who aren't quite as good. It's not unknown to do a shot that doesn't come off.
Correct. Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, everybody should know. Everybody's on the day, beatable.
It's taking a lot of time because these are very important shots. And even though he's taking time, you wouldn't call that slow at all.
Oh, no. You'll find that he's trying to ensure that if he does have that shot that you mentioned on red from the centre of A-balk with yellow, that he doesn't have a triple or a double through the, to land, to shoot at his own balls as well.
Right.
So he's just triple checking all those sorts of things. So if Greg has a ball, he's only getting one. Oh, and Stephen may even going to be parting this leaf. So super, super dry. He's going to find a wide position off yellow. We got soccer games playing in the background, guys. Little kids soccer.
Yeah.
So what Stephen's doing is he's not going to leave him 2 balls on that boundary. He's going to leave him I think we refer to as a squeeze. Blue's going over to the far boundary in a wide position from
And
yellow.
good to see that Stephen walks over and has a look at the ball where it is. Doesn't sort of try and guess
Oh
it
yeah,
from.
no. Well,
But
he's
good
not here
practice,
to
of
make up
course.
the numbers. He's here to win the New South Wales men's. Oh, great.
Yeah. So wow,
Yellow
this
can't
is
hit that.
sort of what I call aggressive passive.
Well, we call it dry.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, a lot of pressure on Greg now.
Why hasn't he left a rush? We've had a comment. Why hasn't he left a rush? Because Greg's a very, very good shot and the red is open from the centre of A balk. If he
Enough
leaves
of
his
it is
2
open,
balls
yeah.
together on the boundary, he is an opportunity for Greg to finish. So the idea here is that black may or may not be wired from, or technically wired from red, or red from black, pardon me. Yellow definitely can't shoot at blue. So regardless of what happens, if the opponent hits here, they've got a bit of a job ahead of them to actually complete. And they're unlikely to complete in this turn, which then gives Stephen another shot. So although he's done the break, he's given up the innings, potentially. The other thing is that wherever Greg shoots, it's still going to be close
So I'm
enough
going to hand
hit.
over to Jeremy Tyson-Smith now, so I can go stand in the sun and have a hot cup of tea. You have to have one ear open to hear. Introduce yourself.
Hello everybody, I'm Jeremy Tennyson-Smith. I'm a beginning, I'd say. I'm an improver, I would say, and so I've come here to watch and learn. Nothing like watching the tactics of the top players to see where I need to change my own tactics. And thank you, Rosie, for answering my question about why he didn't leave the 2 balls in a rush position, because I felt that he now wants to just play black for a while, and he might have had difficulty getting black into the game if Greg had chosen to take red away.
So at this level of play, you're going to find that most players are going to play the ball they want to play, as opposed to when you and I play, we might be choosing to play the ball that does the least damage if we miss. So regardless of what happens, Greg was always lifting yellow. There was no way that he wasn't. Although I'm sure it passed through his mind, but by playing the ball that you want to play, meaning the backward ball in this case. Oh, he missed. I hopefully didn't put the mock on him.
Yes, when you've been sitting out for a while, sometimes it's difficult to make the long roquet. Would you agree, Rosie?
Well, he hasn't actually been out that long because he's done the first 2 breaks. But I think what he probably didn't anticipate was how well Stephen hit the leave that Greg left. And hence the reason why Stephen's done the leave he's left is so that it's difficult for Greg. Stephen's an extremely, extremely experienced player, an extremely experienced player who can read their opposition, what they like to do, what they're not as comfortable doing. And in shooting, it would appear that yellow and red are now wide, which is a very clever thing of Stephen to do. Very clever. Well, I'm trying to, I suppose I'm giving him credit for what could have been good luck, but still.
Is that why he put red into the jaws of the hoop rather than mirroring what he did with yellow, which
Yeah.
was beside the hoop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially. Greg's having a look. He may actually have a shot. Now, if you were a strong golf croquet player, you probably wouldn't think twice about taking yellow at red and hopefully just getting that quarter of an inch. But Greg doesn't. We were having a conversation this morning. Greg doesn't play GC, but he has played a few and really enjoyed it, high-quality matches. So he's thinking of starting to do it, which is something that we recommend to everybody these days. The best players play both.
Yes, I started playing GC about 2 years ago. AC is fine for direction, but GC I found improved my strength of shot.
Correct.
And for getting the right distance.
So Greg's got a lift. Stephen put that ball there. He's going to take the 13-yarder by the looks of things. Just a very smart thing to do for him. I saw Greg practicing this morning on court one. Goodness me, he was hitting them all the time. And at pace, super confident. No? Wow, I sure have put the mock on him, haven't I? So no scores update yet in the other games. All the other lawns are playing in the sun. Unfortunately, these guys are still in the shade. So some of the consolation events that are on at the moment. So we've got Steve Harden playing Rob Elliott. I can't quite see who Callum's up against here. Stephen's back on the lawn and showing his expertise. Oh, that was a lovely shot. But as you can probably see, Jeremy, what's happening here is that Stephen's loaded hoop 3 with his partner, which indicates he's looking at a triple. He's just going to nicely hit one of those balls and rush them over. Rush the other one over, pardon me.
So that shot wouldn't be classified as loading too far ahead because Black is still on hoop 1 and going on hoop 3 might be too far up, but he's not doing that. He is preparing himself for the triple.
He's saying that this is my last turn on the lawn.
Yeah.
And indeed your last turn on the lawn, Greg. And
Yes.
this is what we're doing. So it's
Yes, go and get a cup of
the
coffee
thought
because
process is we're completing in this turn, and that's what a very senior,
Yeah.
experienced player like Stephen's going to do. People listening who are aspiring to be at this level, for those already at this level, they would have expected nothing less than a triple in this turn. And it just now remains to be seen if Stephen can hold it all nicely together. He's extremely competent at completing.
Between them, they've had quite a few triples in this tournament.
Oh,
I would
yeah, they
guess
have.
that
They have. Oh, wow. And not only that, Stephen's managed to do a disconnected cannon out of that, which is a stunning shot. Stunning shot. He's gone beyond one, but it's a small price to pay. To have that red out means that he can rush back after hoop 1, load 4, if that's what... Oh, he's not going to do. Doesn't need to do that even. He's got red nicely out. That's what he wanted. Oh, beautiful takeoff.
Yeah. After 2 days of playing here, he's really got the speed of the lawn to
He
come
has.
across at right angles to the hoop. And
Stephen's a beautiful touch player. Load 4 going to red. No, take off. Interesting. No risk here. Not risking. He's going to put another ball up at 3. Or between 2 and 3, so he's got somewhere to go to.
yeah.
No, not that far even. Nice shot. Nice cut, Stephen. The triple's still on. It's probably going to be delayed. Stephen actually prepares the courts at his club. He's the greenkeeper, apart from all the other wonderful things he does in his life. He's the greenkeeper at Belmont at Geelong in Victoria. And his courts are very similar to these. Very, very similar. Excellent conditions. That's very handy. Good spot. It'll be interesting to see what Stephen does. It's unusual to attempt the peel without having some ball handy toward 4. Oh, he hasn't. He's gone. Oh, yes, he is. Okay. But he must be confident that he's going to rush over to yellow at some point. Or just rush down with the red. Yeah, he's coming over to have a look.
He's now put the blue on the playing side for blue to do the peel rather than the...
He has, but whether or not he does it now will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Looks pretty nicely positioned, doesn't it? So he just needs to get red into a position where once he's done the peel, it's easy for him to then turn on the red and rush it over toward yellow. I imagine then red will get loaded to 5 and yellow will get rushed to 4 and we'll be on. Making sure his angle's right. Making sure that he'll have a backswing and everything will be clear.
And he roqueted blue as he went through the hoop. Should at least be able to put blue into the jaws.
Yes,
here,
yeah.
And still have the red as the escape ball.
Correct. The red probably didn't go as deep as he wanted, and he's just making absolutely certain that black ends up where he needs it to be. So, yeah, that's a lovely shot. Sweet little shot that he can come back and just tap blue through when he needs to.
So he's put red over towards the west boundary now. He'll probably put red onto hoop 5 and has given himself space to get behind the yellow to rush.
Correct.
Yellow over to 4.
Yeah, and always giving himself plenty of room, making sure he prioritises his rush on the yellow. The whole thing becomes nice and tight and tidy and under control, and therefore your confidence level goes up.
And he's done just that. He hasn't fallen to the commentator's curse of...
No, like I think I said earlier, he has walked this path on a lawn many, many, many thousands of times before. And, yeah. He looks his normal, relaxed, even-paced self. And Stephen's a workman in this. He knows what he has to do. He's been in this position before. Greg's very hungry. Stephen's very determined.
Standard play here. You take the ball to the receiver and put it onto the next hoop, but +1, and
So you'll notice that yellow's on the other side of hoop 6 this time. Normally we would have it on this side, but
yes.
It's on the other side because it's close to blue, and that's where it's going to be. He's going to pop blue through.
He's setting it up
and
for
then
the peel.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he's going to roll the blue over probably, put it into a position where if he plays the roll as nicely as Stephen can, he will have it ready there when straight after 6, and it's maintained as on time, which is lovely. Bread and butter shot for Stephen.
Yep.
I would say black's probably a little shorter than he was wanting.
He's just called the referee over because blue is in the jaws, and always a good idea to...
Well, Stephen will have his head down. It's not even so much as being certain. It's because Stephen won't be watching whether he hits the ball or not.
Yeah.
And he needs somebody else to see. his head will be down. It's well and truly through.
Yep.
It's one of the lovely parts of the etiquette in AC. We love it.
He did seem to look up a little early on that shot.
Did
I think. I think he was so confident that
Yeah.
his 3-yard Croquet was going to put blue through.
Nicely done there,
Nicely.
Stephen. Not impossible, but
Blue is now ready to be set up on the peel on penultimate.
it is. It is. He is making this look very easy, isn't he? He'll be conscious of where he can run that black too, apart from the fact of wanting the hoop nicely. That's it. Beautiful. He'll be wanting to push that blue a little bit closer to the hoop, which you can do with a sweet little cut. And again, as you said, with the fallback peel, this could just be a jaws. Nice rushed. Up
Blue safely in the jaws.
to the boundary, so that he can load 2 back.
Yellow brought up to the north boundary. It will end up in front of 2 back. While the black heads for red on 1 back.
Yes, when they get into this lovely flow, there's not really too much to commentate about, is it? It's self-explanatory when they get into this lovely flow. If you know the patterning of AC, there's not too much to say. What would be worth watching is the method with which Stephen achieves his strokes or plays his strokes.
Yeah.
His style, looking where his weight is. He's always on the front foot, so he's maximising his power. Nicely through 1 back. He'll probably want to deal with the blue now. Jeremy, he's in the shot where he loads 3 back. He'll do a long load for 3 back, and he'll come up nicely, hopefully on the blue, rush it through again, hopefully somewhere near Rover. Look at depending on that outcome, look at what he can do to commence the Rover peel. Sweetly done. Great shot, Stephen. Ooh, ooh. You may not want it to go quite that far.
That's a
There's those good, lucky people going on holidays, Jeremy. We can hear the planes going off and the lucky people going somewhere warm and sunny. I'm lucky enough to be going to the Mackey this year, so I'll be off to England in July. Very excited. It's the centenary year of the Mac Robertson Shield this year. And both Stephen and Greg are in the Australian team. It's just such an exciting thing. I've been lucky enough, I think, in my lifetime to see 3. They only get played in Australia once every 16 years. And the last one was held in Australia and this one's going to England. But it's going to be an extra special Mac celebrating the centenary. And I know the English organising committee are really on top of it and getting some fantastic things going. We're going to have a Mac dinner over there, which will just be wonderful. Can't wait at the Roehampton Club. So looking forward to enjoying some top-class AC in the summer in England. Also the AC Tier 2, 3 and 4 I'll be playing in England this year up at Nottingham Club. And what's amazing to see is the interest in AC in European countries. The new countries, relatively new compared to the big 4, the oldies. And their level of interest in AC is just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And there'll be 10 teams competing from all over the world in the tiers. So other than the 4 teams in the top tiers, so it's absolutely fabulous to see AC flourishing. So he's through Rover, is he? Did he just go through then? Oh, no, he's going back to have a quick look. No, he took off. I think somebody can correct us if we're wrong. Sorry, I was busy talking away about...
Sorry, while we were playing there, did he...
I thought he...
Did he make...
Did he run Rover? We should check. Well, we'll know in a second.
Yes.
He'll either go back to it or continue to go round and peg out. But I bet it'd be interesting to know what's going through Greg's mind at this stage and what he's got planned for the next game. I think it'll be, we're not going through this again. I'll be getting the triple before Stephen does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stephen just popped that through nicely before. And now what he's doing is just making sure that he gets blue to the correct side. Possibly a little shorter than he wanted. Oh no, it's going up to fullback. Sorry.
I think that answers our question.
It does.
He's taken blue well away from Rover. So I'll update the score. Can we have a quick replay to see whether he made...
Can't go back that far.
That's too far.
Okay.
That's okay. We'll see directly. Well, I can guarantee it now. I think almost.
Just from his style of play.
Well, I imagine that blue wouldn't have been put there. Could be wrong. Happy to be wrong. I'm not as diligent as we should have been. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. Well, that wasn't expected.
Unfortunately, he has blobbed the hoop with opponent ball just behind. So what we thought might be the last turn of the game.
Sorry, Stephen. Yes, spectators curse. Oh, what is it? Commentators curse, you said. So really sorry, Stephen. There we go. I'm going to swap with Steve Miles now and go and warm up myself. Thanks, everyone. Good luck, Jeremy, and I'm sure I'll see you guys again at some point during the day.
Yep. Okay, we welcome back Steve Miles to the commentary area.
Well, good to be back at a very exciting time in this match, with Stephen showing that anything can happen at any time.
We were busy chatting, Steve, when Blue was around Rover. Did he peel Blue through Rover or
Yes,
not?
yes, he peeled Blue through Rover, which is
Okay,
why
we'll
he's brought
update the
Blue back
score.
into the game. Yeah. Now Greg has what should be a finishing turn. So how often is it those little shots that undo your game, Jeremy? Do you find those little shots occasionally create too much pressure? So Greg's gone all the way through to the boundary. And now has everything set up pretty nicely to go through Penalt Rover and then do a double peg out. And of course it shows that when you're off the lawn you need to be ready to come back on at any time. So this has been an enthralling match, really, a great match to watch. Nicely set up with a Pioneer to Rover. Now a rush back to Penalt. And notice that Stephen set up his peel so that each time he had a rush peel through the hoop, except for Rover. I was going to ask Rosie whether that was deliberate or just the way it went. Bit of care here needed because don't want to roll too far, but of course no problem there. So
Table's definitely turned here. Yellow has just made penultimate.
Yep.
Oop.
So you can see how these players make everything easy. We just use red to get down to black, rather than sort of leaving red there and trying to do a bigger roll.
Yeah.
And he wants to leave red in a position that yellow can rush it to the hoop after this made Rover. Plenty of balls behind the hoop for him to get after he's gone through Rover. Get into position to rush red towards the peg, making sure he doesn't peg red out because that would be the end of turn. Doesn't peg out red, sorry, with his rush to the peg. Yellow's through now. Hoop and Croquet. Back over to black to rush it to behind red. A bit of noise here with the planes going overhead. And Stephen will be missing that, ruining that missed hoop. But these hoops are tight and the ground is firm.
Yeah. The trick is not to hit the peg on the rush, isn't it? You left yourself with a longer.
Yes. Well, I think Greg was very much aware of that.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
This should be pretty routine now.
Croquet's about giving yourself space, isn't it?
Yeah, about making it easy. That's what all these good players do. They make it easy, and you sometimes think, why do they do that? And you think, oh, that was the easier option. And you can set up your rover or your pioneer whenever you like. So that's the end of the game. 26.
And
I don't. 9.
how long a break will they have before the next game?
I think they'll have very little by the look of it.
Yeah.
They usually like to get on straight away with it, although Stephen might want a tactical break.
So they can get
You've wanted
so they can get
Yeah. So it's never over until it's over, I suppose is the story of the last game. You would have thought Stephen had almost given up when he went up to take his lift shot. And then you would have thought that Greg must have been feeling depressed as Stephen was on his finishing triple peel. I think they're getting ready to start putting the clips back on the hoop. So this was a worthy game of a final, even though it wasn't 26 TP-0. We all like to see a game where everybody makes the most of their opportunities. So congratulations to Greg on winning the first game.
So these ones, it's only going to work on the left, but you can do it here.
So Greg's getting ready to take his first shot.
So that was an exciting end of that game, Steve.
Certainly was, Roberta. It was a game where every player took their opportunities. I suppose the only real mistake was Stevens with that black into hoop 9. That little short shot, a bit too deep, a bit too, angled with his final shot, showing how important it is when you do these shots that you get your striker ball in a position that's correct.
Yes, well, I was only actually half watching that one. I was watching the Callum and Trevor Bassett game on the neighbouring lawn where they're playing a 1v1.
Oh, right, that's an interesting development.
Yes. Callum pegged out Trevor's ball and pegged out his own, and they've been playing 1v1. So at the moment,
it was deliberate to peg out his own?
Yep.
Oh. Okay, so now Stephen Foster is doing a Duffer's Tice, which should be a very workmanlike job for Greg Hill, given that Stephen has indicated he didn't think his Tice went quite deep enough. Greg, of course, has to sort of get back into game mode and not relax because he has won the first game. So Greg looks like he's taking a longer shot. Why do you think he's doing that, Roberta?
I don't know. Why is he doing that?
Because if he misses yellow, he ends up...
If he misses yellow, he's going to end up pretty close to the A balk anyway.
That's right.
So it doesn't really matter, I wouldn't have thought, at this level.
Well, I certainly would have taken the short shot to yellow, the 6-yard Croquet. But then again, I'm not out there in the final. Okay, so Greg's going to take safety, but well, this is interesting because I would have thought Stephen would be thinking, yummy, I can easily hit yellow. And Greg's
He misses down the line.
So I think that was the wrong shot, wrongly executed myself. Now he's got Greg's left 2 balls on the boundary. Stephen for a fairly certain Croquet to yellow.
Stephen's looking quite comfortable as he walks up to take this shot, I must say.
I haven't seen Stephen looking uncomfortable this morning.
That's his game face, look comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good view of him looking down and lining up his ball, stalking him.
And very surprisingly a miss.
Well, it's interesting in terms of Greg having himself declined to take that shot too. So, despite them both looking quite comfortable, presumably they both feel pressure.
Yeah, quite surprising. So,
which way would you reckon he'll play? Black or blue? Does it matter which way he plays, do you reckon?
I think I'd want to play black to blue because then I can get behind, well, you can then set up a 2 and then you can get behind yellow and either get a good rush to hoop 1 or a rush down to red.
Yeah,
which is what he's doing. So at last he's doing the right thing, following my advice.
I think he did the right thing on quite a number of occasions in the last game.
Last in this game. And that lovely cut, that's almost Greg's signature.
I did read a striker in the spotlight thing about Greg on the Croquet Australia site, and it said that he's in terms of his best shots, his single ball shots, what he thinks he's doing really well at the moment, and clearly he is. Lovely shot.
But he's now got to rush down to red, which is probably what he wanted to all the time. To do all the time. It's always better to use 4 balls. I mean, we saw last game when you take a ball out, using 3-ball break becomes more difficult. Certainly not impossible, and that's why so many people practice 3-ball breaks.
Yes, but it certainly runs counter to, as Rosie was saying before, make it as easy for yourself as possible.
Yeah. So interesting here because Greg will get a rush on red from his Croquet shot, but he can't really put yellow too far into the lawn.
He will try to bring it out a little bit.
But what does he do? Does he go for depth to get it into the lawn up closer to 5, or does he try and get it across closer to 1 so that when he's made the hoop he can get behind it and rush it down?
In terms of, are you talking about yellow?
Yes, Willie.
Oh, I think, yeah. Well, it looks like he's going to do a takeoff.
A thickish takeoff, yeah.
Get absolute precise position.
Well, that's the advantage of a takeoff, a lot more control. But yellow's still left well behind, but if you don't make hoop 1, nothing else counts.
A beautiful line for his rush to hoop 1.
Now that's a ball you think would end up short. Didn't really.
Possibly not as perfect. Probably was a bit short for him. He probably is a bit disappointed. It's that thing of...
But the lawns are starting to run faster as the sun gets on them and dries them out. Already starting at 11 seconds. So as listeners would know that 10 seconds is at least is a lawn that you want. That is, it takes 10 seconds for the ball to go from the southern boundary to the northern boundary.
Let's run that nicely.
And this morning it took just over 11 seconds, 11.05.
So now Steve, you'll want to get the balls out into the lawn a bit more too, won't he, in terms of... Or do you think he'll just go straight to blue?
Interesting thing, because if he goes to yellow, it makes it a lot harder.
You know, he's going straight to blue, which is perfectly loading his next hoop.
Well, he doesn't want to go too deep and end up behind the hoop.
No, he wouldn't want to go behind the hoop. It is rather on the leg slightly.
Oh, his hands quite wide apart for a roll.
Beautiful, beautiful speed, beautiful line.
Well, it's an excellent roll.
You can just touch that ball.
Oh, well, it bounced a bit further off. So I noticed that Greg uses the Solomon script. Okay. So Greg will probably try and bring yellow back into the game when he makes hoop 4.
Yep, he's through. And bit of applause over there on the neighbouring lawn. Callum's just managed to peg out in that game where they were finishing off with the 1v1.
Yep. So Greg Oggy heard me say he was going to do it after hoop 4, and now he's going to bring yellow out now. So these players don't seem to be worried about a ball on a boundary. They always seem to get it out.
So
No, he's going to still leave it there. Okay. Good to see Greg using takeoffs. Oh. So
Have they changed colours of balls that they're playing? Or have we got the colours wrong on the screen?
Greg's on black and blue. Yes, Greg was red and yellow last game.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm just changing the colours.
Sorry, viewers. Just paying attention to the scoreboard again.
Should be right.
Okay. So Stephen's playing black. Oh no,
No,
Greg's
Greg's
playing black.
blue.
Oh,
Greg's playing black.
doesn't matter who it is, it's just a black ball.
Okay. So Greg's going to hoop 3, and this is the standard way you get a ball off a boundary where it is. After you make hoop 3, you'll go down to yellow, roll it out, and then get your black behind blue. But of course, there's still a lot of work here. This is
I was just going to say, most importantly, you've still got to get your hoop, is what.
Yeah.
To keep the
Yeah.
focus on the. Think
Yeah.
that many moves ahead, but focus on what you're doing next.
It's going to be just in the right spot.
Greg clearly doesn't have a problem with that level of focus. That was a beautiful position.
I dare say he's practiced that shot.
He may have practiced it a number of
Yeah.
times. Red's reasonably deep over there as a reception ball. Beautifully run, nice distance.
So is he going to cut red or just... Well, he cuts it, of course. Interesting now.
I don't think he'll be going to yellow now, do you?
I would. I think he'll put red across.
All right. And then
to
come back.
5 and
Oh,
yeah.
Given
Yeah.
how nicely placed blue is. Oh yeah, because it'll.
Yeah. Well, blue is nicely placed, which really means that
Yeah.
makes it easy.
Yeah,
Wherever
you
you
can-
get, as long as black's close enough.
Yeah, you can come back.
Particular way
That's
he's
right.
good at cutting
Yeah.
it, and also it's blue's behind the hoop, so he'll be approaching it from behind the hoop as well.
Yeah. And put yellow down onto. Where's he putting yellow? It's interesting, sort of the angles that you're seeing.
Yeah, I think he's going to put yellow down
Down to 6.
as a pivot.
All right, it's not going that deep.
With his ratio, that's what he's got. Oh, so he's putting 2 balls together
Oh,
at
okay.
5. Keeps it shorter and easier. Because blue will end up, blue will end up going down
Oh, and
to
that's
6, and then blue will go to 2 back as well.
right.
Eventually, I think that's what he's planning. Pretty conventional. We'll see.
So I'll bring all the balls in close there.
Yep. But not too strong with blue because he's going to set up blue. So see the importance of getting a rush there rather than just tapping blue and then doing a nice big drive. Now he's made it pretty easy, but he hasn't sent blue down to 6 yet.
It's interesting how players at this level can often bring those balls in really close. Players at high handicap levels tend to be more afraid of their opponent's balls in some ways. I try to keep them well apart, but
yes, because when you break down, you don't want to make it easy. But
that's right. But clearly, he's looking to use the balls to maximum advantage.
Okay.
Be confident in the skills that you've got.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
So there's more than one way to get blue as your pioneer for 2 back.
So why does he want blue as the pioneer for 2 back as opposed to one of the opposed balls?
It's because when he goes through 3 back, he wants to be able to hit one of his opposition's balls to set up or finish off the leave. Whereas if he goes through and rotates his own ball, then it's much harder to set up the leave. Now you can see that blue's going to go across now to 2 back. And so whilst I was right that he's going to go to 2 back, Greg took a much easier option of doing that than I had talked about, which is why he's out there and I'm up here.
Oh, I think in his first game, I recall he did do a thick takeoff to put his blue over there.
Yeah.
So, as you say, there's multiple ways to make those things work, to get the balls into the position that you want them to be in.
This has been a pretty good 3 days. We were worried about the weather forecast, which was for a lot of rain on Friday and Saturday, which didn't really eventuate. I only needed my rain gear setting the hoops on Friday. And
I was glad you were here on Friday and not me, Steve.
well, I was referee and manager on Friday, but David Stanton's been managing and refereeing on Saturday and Sunday. David Gibson helped him today, were you?
David Gibson's here today?
Yes.
I was here with him yesterday.
Roberta
refereeing.
was here yesterday. Yeah. This has been a pretty good tournament. Played with great feeling. It was wonderful on Friday afternoon. We'd finished early, not enough game time really to start the games for the next day, so everybody sat down and had a drink on the balcony.
That's right. And did Rosie talk about the upcoming McRob in terms of this?
Yes, I think she spent a bit of time talking about the McRob. So because she's...
tournament being good practice. I actually,
Yeah.
we were talking over on the sideline with a couple of people there, they're having a couple of Victorians in the final of the New South Wales Open, we thought was maybe a bit of revenge for Victoria not taking the Air Cup in the end.
Well, it was almost going to be 2 Camera New South Wales players in the final, because they were, of course, the losing opponents
That's right.
in the semi-finals. But Croquet's the real winner here.
Absolutely. Well, but both...
Now, this is a little bit tight, a
it
little
is a
bit
little
short.
bit angly. He's
Little
very
angle.
good at these little angly
Yeah.
hoops, though.
Yeah. Now, let's see, slog it or just coax it through.
I think gentle.
Gentle always does it. Look at that.
It's funny, some people say gentle always does it, and other people go, you got to bully it through.
These hoops don't like being bullied. It's very much new age.
Okay, so he's going to put, getting ready for his leave, so put yellow on the leg there. Yep.
Okay, so the yellow is put in the position where it can't be rocated from B-board probably. Obviously it's going to be wired from whatever they do in the future, but this is the first part of the new standard leave.
Well, I was asking about that again on the sideline, and they were saying they call it the 2-4 leave.
Oh,
You're leaving
okay.
it on 2-4, or in the UK they call it the Morm leave.
Right.
So
It's probably been around for long enough not to be a new standard leave. You have to leave your oppo ball against 3 back, and your other ball either against the hoop there or way on the boundary.
we
Either
fell
one's
down on the scoreboard again there, Steve. I've just brought it up to date again.
Well, we only know the score only matters when you walk off the line. So, probably would have liked to have red a little bit deeper. But of course you'll end up rushing it across and then having a short croquet to set it up the hoop. Very nice. Have you ever broken down in this situation, Roberta?
At 2 back.
Yes.
Yes.
One of my favourite places to break down.
That's right. Although, well, either break down at or run the hoop beautifully and miss your return roquet.
Yes, it's one of the hardest shots in croquet when you run through a hoop to the boundary and have a 5-yard return shot. We saw a few of those missed on Friday.
Okay, so he'll want to bring blue in as well.
Well, I think I'll leave blue around 3 back, so everything's comfortable and short. Nice little rush here. And red's in a great position.
For being popped back onto the
Yeah, he
hoop
doesn't have to do
after
a
he's
very
run
big
the-
shot.
yeah.
He'll have it red nice and near the leg. Ooh. Oh no, that looked a bit worse on the screen. But then again,
a little bit angly, but looks
Yeah.
all right. Famous last words. Oh, yeah, pop it through gently.
Yeah,
Very nice.
hoop and roquet because red was clear of the hoop.
Yep. And the beauty of this leave, when you've got the control to do it, clearly is that it's not fiddly at the end there, as opposed to trying to get your cross wiring around the peg and that sort of thing. Basically,
Well, it can be fiddly if you're
If-
not good on short shots, so it's
No.
quite easy to push red a little bit too far beyond the
yeah,
hoop.
right.
But yes, it's like all these things,
Yeah.
practice, practice, practice. So now he wants to set up a rush with black and blue, but a rush that's red cannot hit.
Yeah.
And of course, as we saw last match, Stephen hit the ball from really maximum distance, so whilst you can do all you can, your opponent can always hit because they get a lift.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of care here.
Did Stephen actually on his first?
Did he big one?
I thought he missed on his first lift because then Greg had that cut rush across to hoop 1 to start off.
I'm talking about the lift at the end
Right.
in the last game.
Right.
In the last game where Stephen hit it middle and middle, basically, when it was pretty well in the same spot.
All right. Now off to survey the scene.
Yep.
Yep, that's looking pretty tight on that hoop.
So good advice for everyone to go and have a good look at it, particularly when you've got these critical shots, critical decisions. Which ball would you lift, Roberta?
Yellow. See?
Yeah. Oh, that must be a relief for Stephen to know that you agree with him.
Okay, so, well, what's interesting, and I only know this from doing refereeing yesterday when, and I think it might have been Greg too, was seeing if he could make a double out of if he had anything from the ball on the leg to one of the other balls. So seeing if he could make a double target out of that. He couldn't hit the leg of the hoop, and that was a bit disastrous. But in that particular game, but it's interesting in terms of what you might be able to see. He's obviously just going for blue down there on the line. I think that's obvious.
Yep.
Oh,
And
beautifully.
exactly the
Must have
same
had
result. Yep.
Yep.
Although in the previous game it went a little bit to the right. This one
yeah.
went a little bit to the left, but not in any meaningful.
So yeah, a very nice croquet on black on that.
Yeah.
boundary
And that's
there.
maximum distance,
Yeah.
really. So yellow must be rushable.
Or red must be rushable.
Oh, sorry, red must be rushable, yes. Red must be rushable to hoop 1.
In some way. Well, that's interesting. He's putting blue forward. I don't know that red's. Oh. So blue hit the red ball, and now I think he's hampering any clear rush. But that was excellent. So he's done a bombard. He rotated red, which went into blue, which has loaded hoop 2, and now he's got just a simple roll from hoop 4 to hoop 1 to start off his break. Do you think that's going to work?
Well, I don't think it was his plan.
I don't think it was, but it was actually a very interesting outcome of what was not quite the shot that he...
Well, that's why the challenge is to leave your ball at 3 back on a new standard leave, so it's not rushable to hoop 1, because it gets your opponent into a bit of a problem.
That's
but
pretty nice, and I think,
yes, I would have thought Greg was hoping for a shot that was not as good as that.
Yeah, pretty nice. I mean, he's still got to get it through the hoop, but it's certainly doable. It's not the distance most association players like to try to run hoops from, but
That's why.
And that's why. And we've got blues for 1 as well still, so we've got
I think he sort of rushed that shot a bit. He didn't really
He
take
did
as
a
much
little,
time
Yeah,
lining it up.
he
as
looked
should.
pretty relaxed.
Stephen always looks relaxed.
Bit too relaxed. Anyway, so Greg's certainly going to have a go at one of those balls. He's going to have a go. Which is he going to have a go at? Yellow or red, Steve? Do you reckon? Which one would you have a go at?
Well, I would go for red because there's too much furniture around yellow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd go
And
for.
if I missed yellow, I'd probably hit a leg and leave it there.
That's right.
But, I'm better at doing those sorts of things than probably Greg is, or Stephen. It's a different sort of game that you and I play, Roberta.
That's right.
I hope I didn't offend you there.
No, not at all. Well, no,
Well, that was...
so I was going to say no. I would have gone for yellow, but then hit red.
well, if you'd missed it by that much...
That's my sort of game.
Okay.
It's a double target for me.
Well, that was a big opportunity missed by Greg.
Okay, so he's going to go take the shorter shot.
Yep.
Now, will he go straight to the hoop or go back and pick up blue and do a...
Oh no, he'll go and pick up blue. And probably do a load and hold.
Yep.
Again, would be one of his favourite practice routines.
Yep. As should be every association player's favourite practice routine, one of them.
Yep.
From all positions along that balk line.
I wouldn't want to do a load and hold practice with much more than 45 degrees. So this looks difficult.
It's a little bit angly, but you should be able to ease it through, as we say. Yep. Not a problem for the player with over 50 years experience playing competitive play.
Now he starts to get his game back on track. Hit the peg, but still bounced into a very usable position. Nice rush into
Very
two.
nice approach, nice distance.
Yeah. Oh,
A little bit angly there.
I think it's
Far too angly.
angly is a good word. And I mean, again, it's that short shot where you take that little bit of relaxation and all of a sudden it goes too far.
Yeah, so now he's got to decide where he's going to put yellow in terms of making it as difficult as possible for Greg. Okay.
Okay, so why do you think he's put yellow there, Roberta?
Well, he doesn't mind going over there because it's saying, well, it's a long shot for blue, which is the one that has the most points to make now. And if black chooses to play, black doesn't have many hoops it can get.
And of course, if blue shoots at red and misses, it ends up near yellow.
Yeah. And then you've of course got blue left on yellow's hoop, but he's going to go for black, playing black down towards yellow.
Well,
Black
is the
black
short
isn't
shot.
it is the shortest shot. It's not a line ball in terms of black, so he doesn't need to make it.
But he can end up setting up.
No, he's gone
Well,
out.
it doesn't matter
just
now,
beyond
it's
that.
academic.
Yeah. That's the thing of it not being a line ball is you don't end up going out in the corner, which is what I'd be thinking.
Well, he went out quite close. So
Yeah, he's gone out very close. So that's just given Stephen absolutely back the initiative here. He's got his hoop 2 loaded. He's what, a yard and a half from the black ball with his yellow.
well,
And he's got red in the
everything's set
middle.
up nicely. Yeah.
Stephen's just thought he was going to have longer and he's taking his tracky pants off down the other end there. It's almost a display that we didn't need to see online, but thankfully we weren't concentrating on that at the time.
I think Greg's a little bit annoyed with himself.
I'm sure Greg's a little bit annoyed. Well, you've got to put that away though, don't you, in terms of being annoyed. It's just another shot.
Yeah.
Just another minute. Take a breath.
So that might have been a little bit to do with the edge, although I think that edge is pretty straight.
No, he was, yeah. It wasn't a line ball, so he was.
Right, he was off.
Yeah, he was. Had to be hitting. He was hitting towards the line. Yeah, but he's off.
Oh, now he can play free and easy with his shorts on.
Yeah, well, do you think that's the rush he wanted to get, or do you think he wanted to put it further over to the line so he could come back?
Well, I think he.
Or does it matter
want
really?
It doesn't. No, he didn't want it there.
Yeah.
I probably would have tried and pushed Red back in towards the centre of the court a bit, but
No. A little bit short, but that's Ooh, nicely cut. We've got our tenty thing here. We've got a wind coming up that's about to blow everything everywhere.
yeah, you've probably heard the wind on through the microphones occasionally. Now he's made sure this time that the yellow is right in front of the hoop. And blue in the position where you can rush it. Sorry about that noise. So he's going to load blue, I suppose, onto 4. And nicely behind red for the rush. And blue's just rolled and rolled and rolled to be a nice pioneer for hoop 4. Up we go. Now that's looking pretty well behaved. Maybe red should have been a little bit across. And welcome back to Jeremy.
Hello everyone.
Jeremy Tyson Smith. Croquet tragic. Too much croquet is never enough.
Sorry, what was that?
You're a croquet tragic, Jeremy. Too much croquet is never enough.
Well, I would agree with that. I've been playing a lot of tournaments in the last 3 months. I think I've been involved in about 9 of them.
Well, tournament play is the way to improve your game. You play so much croquet, and even if you play a game where you walk off having lost 26-0, 26 TP-0, you still learn such a lot from playing good players and having experiencing that pressure. I mean, Tim Wilford-Smith did that here. He was on handicap 7. I think the nearest handicap to him was a 2. He actually won one game and lost the rest of his, but ended up having a higher index after than before he came. So, and said he enjoyed it immensely, and the experience of playing against these players is just so worthwhile. So, of course, if you're a handicap 7 playing in this tournament, if you lose, you only lose 1 or 2 points, and if you win, you get 18, 19 points. But the whole idea is to be a better player at the end of the tournament than you were at the start.
And there's always room for improvement.
Yes, certainly is. As you've seen today.
Do you find, Steve, that you improve through practice, or does that just entrench the mistakes that you're making with your shots, or having a mentor that's guiding you?
Well, you can't beat having a mentor, but that's not always possible. But practice, I mean, you want to be able to say, I know this shot when you're playing a game because I've practiced it.
Yeah.
There are some days where you should probably stop practicing because you just aren't on. So you don't want to practice bad play, but maybe just change your routines then.
Yeah.
Personally, I try and play twice and practice twice. Each week. And I don't include GC games in that. So I do play a bit of GC.
I think it's important to have someone that is actually going to critique your shots.
Yes, I had that when I started out with Dennis Fogarter, but that doesn't happen anymore. But I did find it quite annoying because Dennis used to say, but do what suits you. There's no one standard way of doing everything. I was expecting from my financial training that everything would have the one and only one way of doing it. And of course you watch the players here and they have so many different styles. None of which I would teach to a beginner. Maybe Greg. Greg's got pretty good style. Certainly wouldn't teach him to play like Callum. But hands apart, he's a funny player and a short mallet. There we are, we've done the same thing again, of course. We've put our own ball back to, Stephen's put his ball back to 2 back.
2 back, yep.
How those balls just roll from that smooth, clean shot. It's like all ball sports, isn't it? A clean shot gives you much more power than a powerful shot.
And he sent black to east of hoop 6 so that he can just set black up for 1 back and roll forward to the pioneer blue. Almost a perfect shot. Black is behind hoop 6. 1 back.
But we still have red and blue on hoop 1, so still a lot of croquet left in this game. Nicely over to 1 back. We'll see what sort of lead Stephen's going to think about. wind sounds a lot worse than it is on the lawn. So sorry about that. Is there anything we can do about the wind noise? Not the wind itself, but the noise. I thought you might be able to filter. Okay.
Take the tent away, but then we won't be able to see the screens.
Yeah. So what's he going to do? Here, put blue on the balcony. So Stephen has that side saddle sort of stance. So he was probably taught by someone who was taught by someone who was taught by someone who used to have a long white dress. Which is where that sort of stance came from.
You mean his wife?
No, probably the grandmother of, the great-grandmother of somebody.
Yeah.
Looking pretty comfortable, so I'd say it's still a form of New Standard leave, just leaving blue wide near the boundary. This is where a lot of us are thinking, don't break down, don't break down.
It's the
Making sure he's lined up. And through it goes.
Some players do have a fear of two back because they've just given away the lift and they tighten up. I think you just have to relax. Just play it as any other hoop. It's you know you can make hoops. You wouldn't have got to two back if you couldn't make hoops.
Very good advice, Jeremy. I'll remember that. But as Roberta said, there's also the time where you go through the hoop all the way to the boundary and then miss the return right back. Not happened here yet, but today. But I have seen it here. Okay, so we're getting set up to leave black somewhere against the leg after we make the hoop with yellow, after Stephen makes the hoop with yellow. Well, that looks a little bit far. But no problem. It was a hoop and a Croquet. So always a good idea to practice those short hoops with a bit of an angle. So that may have left a little bit of black showing from the balk, from a balk.
It does look as if there's a bit showing through the south side of the hoop. Of course, Greg, when he gets the lift, will probably take the blue because he can always pick up the black as a lift in the next turn if it comes to that.
Yes, but he'd also be worried that black's rushable to hoop one, which I'd say it would be. But yes, but that won't change.
Yeah.
If he lifts black, then it depends where the rush is for red and yellow. Yeah. They can go over to blue. So yeah, I think. What would be your choice, Jeremy?
I think I would go for blue and the stand to try and roquet the red from the north boundary. I don't think that Greg has got a double on that, so he's now that's an interesting thing there, because he actually moved the blue ball with the face of the mallet. Now that could be interpreted as a shot.
No, he hasn't taken his stance. Which is why you should do your umpire's qualification.
Yeah, I have yet to start on the umpiring route, but I intend to.
Well, you know, I usually say to players, if you expect to be umpired when you play a tournament, then you should also be an umpire.
Yeah.
And it does improve your knowledge and all that.
And he did as I would have chosen, and he probably played it as well as I would have played it. He missed red.
Yeah. The advantage of playing yellow would have been it's probably a better lawn than an edge. But blue is out of play.
Having said that about not taking the stance, you do see some players pegging out the last ball with just a swing with one arm.
Yes, well, once you've hit the ball, you have done a shot, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you probably don't see that in many competitions.
No.
You see that more at your local club. But of course, it's not a good habit to get into. You want to, every shot you do should be the same. So we've got.
Sorry, folks, I just failed to update the score. Yellow and black are both on 4 back now, and red and black are both yet to start their breaks. The displayed score is now correct.
So that was interesting. He put yellow out off the croquet shot, which is of course end of turn. I assume that means Greg's got a wiring. Well, Greg would have a wiring lift with black, or an easy enough roquet with blue. It's an interesting development. I'm not quite sure what Stephen was trying to do. Well, red's been hit. Okay, so he's going to set up red into the lawn, send red into the centre of the lawn. And I assume try and rush black back so he can make hoop one off yellow. And a nice shot.
Yeah.
So rush black down towards yellow. Hopefully missing the furniture.
Red is a reasonable position to the pivot.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
It doesn't
that was
matter
a
now.
total,
I think he.
total miss.
Yep.
Trying to go for a cut. So we've seen some play there that probably indicates a bit of nervousness on the part of the players.
I couldn't see who was lined up behind you. Did he hit the leg?
Yes, he's trying to cut black and just missed that and then
Just
hit
missed
the
it.
leg.
Hit the leg and then went to the boundary. That's
Yeah.
given.
Yeah.
Given yellow the.
Well, he was worried that if he'd hit black and put it in the hoop, he wouldn't get a good shot, or even a shot to go to yellow.
Yeah.
Of course, yellow's on 4-back. So Stephen probably wants to end up, so he's set up for red to make hoop 1. Greg won't have lift, of course, because he still wants to be in play from the triple peel.
Yellow might have to do something either with the blue or the black, because black, of course, still has the lift.
Oh, good point. Good point. Well, that's what he's going to do, isn't it? You can see he wants to rush red over to black. So black was put there by Greg, I think. So therefore,
Yeah, I think he's going to get rid of the wiring, the jawsing and the hoop here, just to keep blue and black separated and set up.
oh no,
Red
no,
with a rush on
no,
yellow to
black was put
hoop
there.
one.
Oh no, black was put there by Stephen, so yes, he's responsible for it now. Yep, because black was put there when Stephen was doing the leave. So he's bombarded the
Bounced it
back
back.
out. Yep. But of course, you only get a wiring lift if your opponent has put the ball there. If you've put the ball there, then you don't get a lift. It's your responsibility. Interestingly enough, if you put the ball there and it's in the hoop, and then a player shoots at the hoop, misses your ball, but moves it because it's hit the leg, they become responsible for it.
Yeah.
Another thing you'll learn when you do your umpire's exam,
Yeah.
Jeremy. So now we've got black and blue well apart. And we set up.
Good 21, 22 yard distance between them, and red has now been set up for a good rush onto 1. So
Well, better than that, if Greg shoots at either red, blue or black and misses, he's got the two balls close together, which is to Stephen's advantage. So now he's just going to play dry, that is. He's going to put black into corner 3. Taken out of play. I think it just missed the corner, but making it difficult. Yeah.
So red has got the rush on yellow to hoop 1. There's a
Well, no, the rush on yellow is more down to hoop 2. But it's
and
I think it'll
blue's
come back.
a sort of pioneer on 2. Black is on the south boundary, which will pick up after he's made hoop 3.
Yeah, I think it's better to rush yellow down to hoop 2 and get behind blue.
Yeah. No, he's
Hasn't taken the advice of either of us.
yeah.
Well, unless that was a rush, cut rush to 1. But
Yeah.
he's smiling, so I think it was a cut rush to 1. Just didn't work.
I'm sure he has a very valid reason for putting the ball there, but we can't we can't see it at the moment.
No, I think he was trying to get to one, but
Yeah.
you know, he can still get behind blue, which is a big challenge.
Yeah.
And he takes a roll and gets a perfectly controlled roll.
It's a very nice position on blue.
Yeah.
To rush blue to hoop 1 with yellow as a pioneer which is behind hoop 2. Not the ideal place, but...
well, when you've got that short brush.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been a bit shorter. We'll see how it goes. It goes straight enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a
excellent recovery.
Good rush.
Now that is the sort of roll you can only do because you practice. Okay, a little bit of angle, but not too much of a worry. And straight through.
And red is off the mark now.
And of course the value of having black out of play, as we saw in the last game, is that it makes the triple harder.
Yeah.
Does that too, because to have a peel you need to peel the ball and have an escape ball, so there's 2 balls involved, plus your ball is strike ball. So you've got no balls at pioneer or pivot. This is a nice shot. And we'll see if he tries to do the triple. Probably will try, like last time, do a delayed triple. Because by that time he should have pulled black back into the game.
Yeah. Here's an example. It's not always necessary to put yellow behind the hoop of the deep receiver. Played across the face of the hoop, which because he's then going to be heading towards hoop 3 afterwards. Well, that general, he's heading towards the east side of the court.
Well, it's
So-
probably it's probably quite common
Yeah.
to see a ball placed to one side or the other, so you can get your rush. These players all think about rushes all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
Rushes make your game easier.
Anything in a straight line is good. Someone once said to me, I like straight or I like close.
Yes.
If I don't have one or the other, then I'm struggling.
Oh, wise words.
So he's preparing yellow for the triple there. He didn't send yellow to hoop 4.
Well, he's got to put yellow somewhere. I'm not quite sure he's preparing for the triple. Because it's a bit of a long peel.
That is a shot that takes practice. To be that close to the hoop. And then he didn't go through very far, which is now going to cause him a problem. Whether
So he should call the ref. Not necessary, but... And I'm sure that Stephen, like all players, would have called a fault if he'd done one, which he didn't do.
yeah.
Now he has to rush yellow down. Well, that's a nice shot because he can get behind black. But still, it's getting difficult, more difficult to keep the break going. But you can see that you don't have to have a ball as a pioneer if you've got a ball that you can rush to that pioneer position.
Yeah.
And you can do straight rushes rather than just glancing by. Nice shot. Oh, making that hoop look a lot easier now. So here it looks like he's going to use yellow as a pivot
Who's
to
going to use
to
yellow
five,
as the
yeah.
deep receiver? when
He's
they-
going to use black as a pivot, sorry, to 5, and then yes, use yellow as a deep receiver. Should be a no. Well, that went through with a bit of an angle. Interesting. So will he put yellow down to put up a chance for a triple? His ratio should say he could. We'll see.
Looks like he's just setting up to put yellow as the pioneer on 6 and get the rush on the black to 5.
Yep. Yes, make sure you get the hoop.
Yeah.
Gradually, hoop by hoop, he gets the game more under control.
I can't remember who said it, but it was a New Zealander, I think, that said croquet's all about playing 168 simple shots, and your opponent has 2 attempts at a roquet and fails. That's sort of
true. Yeah.
7 shots per hoop per ball, and then the peg out. So I believe Robert Fletcher was, after he pegged out in one game, said, "Well, you enjoy the game?" Said, "No, I had to do 2 split rolls and, and a takeoff."
Well, the roll's only a shot you do because something else went wrong.
Different people have different standards of what makes a good game, I think.
Okay.
Do you want to take over? I'm just going to hand over now to Roberta Flint, and she can probably play out the rest of the game.
I think we can do a double handover here, and I'll hand over to young Rosie News.
Okay, we're coming up to crucial time in this game, I think, Rosie, aren't we?
Oh, I think we picked the best time to come back.
Well, we've finished watching the games on the other lawn where there was lots of interactive excitement and come back to where there's absolute control, mostly.
Mostly. Oh, Stephen. And how interesting that if Stephen completes this delayed triple, that we go one game more and all to play for in the last.
Okay, so is he going to try and put it through from that distance?
He
do you think,
certainly
Rosie?
is.
Okay.
He certainly
Well, not
is.
try, do. He's going to put it through at that distance.
Yes, exactly right. Don't
Don't try, do. That's what
not
I
in
tell
doubt.
people.
Correct.
Yes.
No, that ball, yellow ball's landed exactly where Stephen wants it, and he needed it that far back just to give himself some room.
Right, okay.
He's still not going to
So
risk
that's
the
to
rush
give
on
himself
black.
some room so he can get to black cleanly.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
right, okay.
correct. So it's okay if yellow just draws. As long as he's
Yeah.
got a rush on black to one back, that's
Yeah.
what he's looking for.
Yeah. So that's consistent with the idea of it's where your striker ball lands ultimately that you're really worried about.
Correct.
Oh,
Beautiful
that's pretty
shot.
nice.
Yeah. Nice and controlled, not worried. And this rush is actually even north of the blue. So he's got a bit of room now to load two back and just get nicely past black and nicely past blue and get a rush position to one back. Lovely.
Yes, so we've got a bit of confusion with the scoreboard because, of course, Greg won the first. Yes, that's right.
Well, we
But they
like to-
changed the colours of the balls.
Yeah.
Is that usual?
What can I say? It's up to the players and how they're feeling at a particular time. Do they do it to put the other person off? No, I don't think so, not at this level. Do they do it to keep themselves on point and making sure they're concentrating all the time? Maybe.
Right.
You don't know if there's any ulterior motive. Me being my age, I like to keep the balls the same colour the whole way through.
Yeah.
Just to be...
I didn't actually realise because I'm not a multi-game match player myself, that you could change the colour of the balls on your subsequent. But you don't stay with it all the time because you're doing golf croquet, don't you?
You do.
Yeah.
Best of three.
But in the best of three. But they don't do it.
Luckily in these games, while we have the wonderful facility of a scoreboard, the reality even in GC is that it's a player's responsibility always to know what the score is, and if they don't know, to ask a referee or their opponent. Players, scoreboards are purely for people at home, not for watching or spectators watching. They're not actually part of the game.
So that's
So,
red. And red's
yeah.
actually it's not 4 anymore, is he? Because that's 1 back, so he's 6.
Correct. And that's an unfortunate thing. Stephen's just blobbed.
That was a
That very technical term,
unfortunate-
blob.
That's right.
Mm.
It's the polite term, really, isn't it?
Blobbed one.
That's right.
And it's an easy tap on for Greg now to himself attack the triple.
All right.
Well-
So what he's going to do?
Oh no, he's playing. Yeah, he's got blue there, so there's always. Where is
you don't
black?
think he's going to rush yellow down the other end so that he can go across to black with his blue?
Yeah, he may not need to rush it. You might find in this situation what he's trying to do is leave it there so that it's an escape ball. He can do with...
Well,
he
blue's
can-
still for 1.
Yeah, but he can do without the pivot. He doesn't need a
Oh,
pivot.
okay.
He could just tap that. I don't know, he may push it, but yeah, he was more interested in getting it there, and he'll just take off now for black.
Yeah, you see us higher handicap players would have tried to get it as far away from the hoop as possible. Rush it down the other end.
Yes. Yeah, the good players do the opposite.
Oh, that's right.
And ironically...
Which is one of the joys of watching the good players because they're not afraid of any of the balls or their opponent's balls, so they do keep them close. I remember when I was being taught to play by, I think it was Margaret Burke, so many years ago.
Yes.
She'd say, think of your opponent's balls as grey.
That's it. All the
Don't
balls are
look at them.
grey.
Yeah.
That's the phrase. All the
Yeah.
balls are grey. I think sometimes too people get too bogged down in not realising that the game's about running hoops and, you know, doing what you need to do that, to win.
That's right, and running more than one hoop at a time.
Correct. It's a game.
Might have liked a little bit of a better
100% he would have. He would have
rush
much
with it,
preferred.
although he wasn't hitting it very hard either, though, was he, in terms of trying to... Clearly the angle was not quite what he would have liked.
He straightened it up, but hopefully he's not in that horrible dead spot where you've...
You don't know which side of the hoop you're going to
Correct.
try to take off to.
Correct, I
And
think.
you don't want to hit the leg on the way past.
Correct. It's the thing we all loathe.
Yeah.
But
Yes, takeoffs from behind the hoop are fraught.
Greg has a very reverential method when he's lining up like this. It's, you know, almost a genuflection toward the hoop, which is cute.
You can sort of see that little prayer.
You can.
There was a photograph on the Facebook
Yes,
community.
yes.
Yeah. We don't know whether that was he was lining up for a shot or he was lamenting the blob.
Yeah.
So this is a very high pressure shot too, in where Stephen is
Horrible.
in the jaws of one back, of course. So now he's done what? That's a very, very...
Oh dear. And yeah, Greg's responsible for red, so
Well,
Stephen's got a lift if he wants.
well, wouldn't Stephen just play, get his hoop and run on down to black there? Or is that too bronze level play?
No, it's a fair call because Greg was never going to hang around there. So no, that's absolutely a fair call.
But with these shots, you
certainly going to do that now.
That's right. And with these shots, you also want to. These are the ones where you don't want to get overexcited and hit it too hard. You want to just hit it with enough pace to get down to put a nice.
So my only question is that did Greg? What side did he? Okay. Anyway, Stephen's going to run
He was taking
it.
off on the right hand side.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to run it and he's going to. Yep, go down to black. I imagine it's going to be. Yeah, exactly. He
So
entered
what do you
it
think
from
he's
the
having
wrong
a discussion about? Oh yeah, no, it wasn't a hoop.
No.
No. I don't think it was even clear of the hoop. I think it was just in the jaws. From
Okay, cool. Oh wow, that's landed in a very handy position, hasn't it?
That's a perfect position. It's exactly what I was saying. Don't get overexcited and just hit it. See me, the expert.
I don't think I've ever seen Stephen forced to get overexcited on the croquet ball. Mind you, he's a dab hand at the nut bush.
He gets overexcited elsewhere.
He does, but not on the croquet ball.
Okay. It's very difficult to see. He's clearly just doing a takeoff. Oh, what's he? Oh,
No,
of course he's going the other way. Oh, I'm such an expert.
No, look, it's Sunday
Okay.
morning. It's
So
wonderful.
he's now through. Oh, are you keeping an eye on this, Jeremy? Oh, I'll let you fix that. Jeremy's going to fix the scoreboard.
If you notice, Stephen's run through that long enough so that he can rush back up toward yellow, or not.
So minus there.
Goodness me, I keep treading on my cords. Okay, currently blue's in corner 2, just so that everybody knows.
Okay, take off there. Didn't get quite the distance for the rush you might have liked.
No, and I think you might find that Stevens has given a lift. So he may, at this point... Oh no, he's still going for 3 back, so that's good. I thought he might decide to break down under control and leave some sort of a leave.
I don't think he's planning on breaking down at all.
Okay, there you go.
That's my thought, I think.
No,
Isn't that the mindset of players at this
Mostly.
level? They don't actually think
Mostly.
about breaking down. They think always thinking that they can
The
Oh,
only
look at that. A beautiful takeoff.
Isn't it?
Beautiful distance. See, I told you it wasn't going to break down.
I was just looking at the position of blue and black when I was making my assessment, but
It's not a nicely groomed lawn, no. But you do what you can sometimes, even at this level.
absolutely, as you say,
So-
they're absolutely motivated. This is another title,
So,
and they both want the title.
is he going to try now and dig blue out of the corner? Is this what's the next play? Do you
It
think,
would
Rosie?
appear he is. Or he's
No,
going to
he's-
load penult and
And rush to
fall back with
or with his with black.
black ball,
Yeah.
and he's pulled
And
that
I'll
off.
leave blue in the corner there, just hanging around.
He's
Because
pulled
of course, blue is the one that is the hoop maker for Greg. Should he get back in, that would be the one he'd want to play, isn't it?
that off. Yeah,
Given
It's
the
also-
opportunity.
it's also not in too bad of a position from a point of view of when the leaves coming around.
Yeah.
So, although it could be a 13-yard shot from the centre of B-ball, Stephen may deal with that and straight after fallback.
That's a very nice roll, very nice positioning, slightly angled, but certainly
And this is the hoop
Doable.
that Stephen probably lost the last game on, which was the fallback.
and he wasn't going to do
Well
it again.
done, no.
Well done.
Lots of follow through. Nice.
That's right. Shorten your backswing if you're feeling, and follow through. Follow
Correct,
through.
correct. Lots of follow through. No, he's going to contain it. He's just going to
Yep.
load rover,
Oh, Jeremy's onto the scoreboard again. Well done,
handle
Jeremy.
penult. There's actually a chance here that he might do a reverse spread. You never know, where yellow and red are on the opposite side to where they would normally be, or the mirrored side
Sorry?
in the lead.
Tell me about a reverse spread.
So he may actually, instead of setting up on the west boundary,
West boundary.
he'll set up on the east boundary, mirroring the position that you would do if you were doing it over there.
So that's the west boundary.
correct.
Right.
My east and my west, because I'm looking north-south.
That's east.
That's east. So normally you would set up on the east boundary, pardon me, and this time
Which is the
he may
furthest
set-
one away from hoop one.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this time we're setting up, we may.
Why would he do that?
One really good reason is that you're mixing it up. Most
Right.
people don't play from there very often.
Right.
Not that it would annoy players at this level too much.
Yeah. That's an interesting point that you make, Rosie, about mixing up the play as well, in terms of one of the things I notice with people, well, with these games, is the amount of control and how once they've got the pattern going, that it's in some regards very predictable what's going to occur because they keep the
Absolutely.
pattern going. But if you're wanting to mix it up to do with your opponent's head a little bit, that's
Yeah.
that thing about being a psychological game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And people are very practiced, as you can see. When they go out to practice, they practice balls in certain positions,
Yeah.
and they practice leaves, and they practice starting off a leave, starting a break off a leave.
That's right, from the usual positions.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct. And they're not often from there.
yeah, yeah.
Up-
Yeah, well, that's interesting.
And it could be harder for you to actually begin from a position as well that isn't a standard sort of position. But
It's hard for me to begin from lots of positions, Rosie.
I mean,
Oh,
the
a
universal
person.
you,
Oh,
not you particularly. But yeah, all of these sorts of things. I mean, the edge when you're at this level, how do you define what that edge is? The difference between one player and another.
yeah, yeah. So now he's saying, go on, have a go. Oh, okay,
Exactly.
so he's going way over to that. So he's going to the
He'll do the normal leave,
eastern boundary.
and he has basically said, okay, if you're going to lift
Yeah. And
a black and choose to play with back, which is your forward ball, you can take it, that's fine, and play the 13-yarder. Otherwise, you're going to have to pick your blue up from corner 2 and have a longer shot. And Greg's one game up, so there's also a whole bunch of strategy involved in what you want to do. Having the advantage of being one game up, you might choose to be more aggressive and take the shot that's going to win you the game, which is lifting blue and
right.
connecting.
Yeah, yeah. So you'd lift blue, go off the B ball, go down the line.
Well, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
You'd imagine.
Well, because it's also the thing of, at this stage. Oh, okay, so he's going down a little bit further, so whichever shot blue took, if he goes down further into corner 4, whichever shot blue takes, if he missed, then he's got, if he's closer, he's got more opportunity to use blue then, or he wouldn't use blue at all?
He's making the B-balk shot as long as he possibly can.
Right.
And he is even potentially enticing Greg to try and take the short shot from A-balk with blue.
Right.
Because Stephen gets a lot. If
Yeah.
So it's not only about them not hitting, it's about what you get out of what they miss.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and also looking at this, he might be also looking like he's giving black a single ball from what I can see, so that if black decides to play and doesn't take the short shot into corner 2, it's only got one ball from where it is. So, it's reducing the number of choices that Greg's actually got to make.
That's right.
Greg's saying, I want to win this game, so I'm going to... I was going up to B-balk to have a look, but now
no, he's lifted black, so... so he's going to take the shorter shot with the notion of putting the balls...
he's going to take the longer shot with the forward ball. Okay, cool. Well, that's okay too. That's a defensive play, but it's...
he's taking it out of the middle.
Correct, and
Making
it harder for Steve.
Yeah, and if he gets a shot...
I suppose if I was one game up against Stephen, I'd be inclined to be not banking on Stephen making too many more errors and maybe trying to take the initiative. But again, they play reasonably frequently. And Greg is a very good shot, although he hasn't displayed it in the last 2 games. I've been a bit harsh on him, and I've been telling everybody what a good shot he is.
It's quite a long shot.
Well, it is, and that's Stephen knowing his opposition, knowing what Greg's likely to do, and then acting accordingly. I gather that the rush Stephen has
is over to get blue out of the corner.
Yeah, could well be.
Yeah, because he's still...
Or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Stephen's never going to worry about playing the Monte Carlo out of corner 2 either. He doesn't care about that.
Now tell me about the Monte Carlo out of corner 2.
We call it the Monte Carlo because it's not because it's a biscuit, I might add, but it's
this sounds very European to
the
me.
roulette wheel, spinning a roulette wheel.
Oh, right, okay.
Often the big shot in a game is rolling out of a corner, getting position in front of a hoop and sending a ball forward.
Yep.
We call it a Monte Carlo.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be a very big roll out of the corner. You'd be thinking you'd be hoping to get a bit of a rush on blue, wouldn't you, in terms of just popping behind it?
I think so.
Because it's nice and close.
But the lawn would be, with the breeze that we've got and the sun, as you can see all the players are playing in the sun, we're still sitting in the shade.
Yes, he's playing into the breeze here. So.
And it's quite a fast lawn now.
Yes,
and he's drop shot.
Basically just in line. So pretty much a line ball. So we can only go up the...
He'll have some good cut on this.
No cut at all, Rosie.
Wasn't there? Oh, he's setting a leave again, I think.
Okay, so it's just making sure blue's at maximum distance, and he'll come back and set up for a rush back to...
A ball. I think Stephen may do well to give Greg a shot, or to give him a whisper of a shot, so that Greg, rather than go dry on this in this turn, does something that Stephen can make something out of. So as you can see,
Well,
Stephen hasn't touched black, so he can leave it wires, lots of wires.
so black's over in corner 4, or very close to corner 4.
Yep, and Greg's responsible for the position of black. So Stephen can easily wire blue from his 2 balls up here. And it'll be interesting to see if Stephen just leaves a rush to 4 back. It'll be exciting for us if he decides to do a 2-ball finish. That'll be whoop-de-doo. Unusual, but exciting.
Well, I did watch Callum Highland come from behind against Stephen yesterday. I think Stephen had ended up on Penalt and Rover, and I think Callum might have still been on one with both, and he managed to catch quite up a long way, and because he ended up being 26-23 or something. But Stephen took a long time and was very careful in his setups, but they just didn't quite come off in the end.
Yep.
So we spent a long time in the middle, which was, that highly risky, how do you make something out of that?
And Callum's probably one of the bravest people in croquet. He'll basically take you on.
Well, there was that expert sideline commentary in that game that was pretty impressed with the creativity of Callum again, is what they were calling it.
It works.
Yeah. It certainly did. Yes, creativity and control are kind of...
It can be complimentary.
I think it was very controlled creativity.
So at this point, Stephen's just keeping
gonna
the innings.
pay
His
dry,
attitude
okay.
is, there's no way I'm giving the innings away. If
No.
Greg's going to win this, he's going to actually have to hit something very exciting.
Yeah. He has to do
And
something.
do some good work to get it out. So if we're not playing a textbook game here, so Greg's option's been to go dry, which again, it's not going to worry Stephen overly.
Yeah.
And we're all dancing around the fact that it's 4 back, I think.
Yeah.
But again, very experienced players, not overly worried about the fact that they're giving lifts. They'll be doing what they need to do to get balls off boundaries.
Now I can see Pete Landry down there having a look at the game while he's playing James Carlisle.
Well, no,
Over.
James Carlisle's playing Pete, not the other one.
Because James is actually on the lawn.
Yeah.
James won the first game, is that right,
He
Rosie?
certainly did.
All right, then. James is on the lawn at the moment. We're not sure where the pegs are, but or the clips are.
Pete was struggling to get through one the last time I heard. So James is playing really nicely at the moment and is coming through. He was a great team member for New South Wales in the recent
Okay,
win.
and that was a nice cut rush across to 4 out of the corner.
I don't think Stephen will be running this.
You don't think he'll be trying to 2-ball to the end?
No, not from where it is now.
And not
I
from where blue is,
suspect.
as a just in case.
I suspect I'm happy to be corrected.
About, look,
No?
maybe
Yeah.
you're just
No,
going to set up over there.
He's
Okay.
gonna set
Yeah. And that's that other thing that I did notice in watching these plays is the thing of, players like me who do a dirty big roll and hope to land in a position and, make something out of it. That's what you'd call an uncontrolled lead. But the way that they won't do that they'll actually be very considered and set up and make sure that they get the shot that they want to get.
I suspect
the next time.
Stephen was trying to get it
I
in
don't
front,
know that yellow's next necessarily where we
which I'm
want
a
it to
bit
be.
worried. But yeah,
He's
no.
got another shot with yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. And he would never take it on with the blue down there.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right. So now,
'Cause he'd be giving that lift away.
now he's
He's
asking Black
smiling
to
at
play. So he's got possibly given Stephen a double target if he wanted to go down the line there, but no, Stephen's not giving him anything. He's going to go.
Oh, you mean Greg?
Oh, Greg. Yeah. Greg,
You were
Stephen.
confusing me. Well, the trouble is, always keep in mind is that black is the ball that's already on fullback, and he really, really needs or wants to get blue going. So, again, this is the shot Greg is usually really good at and not worried about.
Oh.
And he's missed again. So, happy days, Stephen Forster. He's now looking at running fullback and finishing the game.
Right, so he'll run fullback and then he'll go over to use those other balls.
Yep. Which will make for a fabulous third game. All to play for.
Well, will be a bit of a treat really for it to go to a third game, because neither of the semi-finals yesterday went to the third game. Oh,
Thank you, Samuel. Somebody's got to be on the ball here. Samuel Gumbrell, everybody, who's our fabulous tech who brings us these amazing opportunities to live stream. I'm very grateful, Croquet, New South Wales, to be able to do it. Grateful of the expertise, that's for sure.
so now he's successfully through 10. So he's got a pop red down there, so there's not as much furniture in the way to get to those blue and black over in corner 1.
Also, it's nice and handy for the peg, isn't it, Roberta? And Rover.
I try not to think that far ahead.
And Rover. Nice and handy, but there you go. But as you say, the priority is getting down to those 2 balls and being able to get the rush back up to penalt. So
That's right.
Yep.
And of course, some of us would have been worried about rushing red into the peg.
Oh, would you? I think it takes
you
great
wouldn't-
expertise.
You
from
wouldn't
that
try.
distance
That's right.
to rush
No,
into
no,
the
it's those ones that.
that shouldn't happen that do.
That's right. Now, this is a short roquet into the corner, but many a game has hinged on a short roquet that looked really easy.
Absolutely. Sweaty is what we call these roquets. A sweaty
No
roquet.
sweat there.
Now, is black actually a corner ball? I can't tell on the screen.
If
But if it
he's got a
is-
cannon.
Okay, so
If it's not, he doesn't. We'll soon know.
No. But he's an exponent, a very, very good player in terms of disconnected cannons as well, or
Oh, okay.
non-connected cannons,
Okay.
promoting balls. Whether he wants to do on this particular occasion, you don't know. Oh no, he's taking
going to take off.
Oh no, from blue.
There.
Yeah, he's going to, in this interaction, I imagine, black's going to move as well.
Oh, okay. You think
So
he'll
he's
he'll
going
try
to
to pop
move it
black
off.
out a little bit with the shot he does with blue. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's playing. He's not doing it as a takeoff because he wants to be careful blue doesn't get in his way. Is that correct? So
Thanks for the comments on the chat, guys. We are getting those. It's a bit delayed because I haven't actually got it on the phone. But yeah, I think Gary Phipps has sort of nailed it when he said Greg might have been. I don't think in this particular game Greg was thinking about the triple, but working harder to get a triple. He hasn't even got off one yet. So yeah, I might have got this out of sequence of what we were talking about. I'm not quite sure about the proper AC scoring comment. A proper AC scoring on the scoreboard.
Oh, we mightn't have had it. It might have been when the scoreboard wasn't right.
Yeah, really sorry. There's been some errors. We're so riveted by the game that the scoring sometimes goes by the wayside. So currently Greg Hill is 1 game up. If you're just joining us, Stephen Forster's on his way round with his final break. I think he's hoping. Going to penalt right now.
Made it just far enough.
Beautiful shot. And he's got partner at Rover. I don't think that's going to worry him if he's playing Rover off partner to get to peg out. It's not going to worry Stephen at all. So just a nice control finish, hopefully ending up with a 1-all scoreline, which takes us down to the third game, which will be great. It is now getting quite breezy, although beautiful in the sun, really, really nice. Sunday breezing down at Tempe.
Okay, so he's taken black down with him so he can use it when he runs that hoop, so he gets a good rush then onto red, hasn't he? Is that
absolutely. So yeah, it's an additional ball. It's a little bit long and it's a little bit to the side as well, so gives you a chance if you just grovel through, as they like to say, Rover, you've got a ball to play. Hopefully he won't be grovelling through, but you can see very clearly that Stephen is sending red to the other side just to absolutely guarantee that
it doesn't get in the way.
It doesn't get in the way.
It's a little bit angry there, is it, do you think?
It is. No, you're right, it is. In anticipation of...
Yeah, he ran it.
Yeah,
though,
beautiful.
Very successfully.
So, just a nice...
okay, so this should be...
2.5 yarder on black.
This should be all over.
It should be.
Now, the next thing to speculate on is, will they change colour of the balls again?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they'll tell you if you go down and ask. And they'll tell you why they did it.
Maybe that's a question that you save up for when it's all over.
Post-game interview. Post-game interview.
Well, actually, yes, and also interfering in terms of whatever the strategy is. I suppose you shouldn't be going down there saying in case there is some grand plan. So, yes, correct. It is post-game interviews, you're quite right, Sue.
Okay. Mm.
Stephen's been here many thousands of times before, probably from this exact
There's
spot.
no doubt for him that he's going to peg both his balls out now. Some of us might be worried that we'd miss with the red ball, but...
No. All lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Great for New South Wales to be having this calibre of play and these players, two Victorian
did
players.
both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
It's pretty spectacular.
It is.
Okay, so that's one game each, and if they change...
You might find they have a bit of a fight.
Well, it doesn't matter if they change colour of the balls because they've got one game each. So the game score is correct either way. Okay, short break perhaps. Okay, well there was no short break. They are hot to trot, and they've actually started already. So Stephen's
won the toss, and guess
look
what?
at that! They changed colour of the balls again.
They did that for you.
Golly gee, I will have to ask them at the end. That means I have to stay to the end.
You realise there's schnitzels on on order for lunch today, so they'll be.
I don't think I could do a schnitzel for lunch.
No, but I think the lads might be.
Oh, that's why they're hurrying.
Pretzel and a schnitzel and then a Black Forest cake for dessert.
Oh, good healthy lunch. Yes, they were all a little disappointed because the Concordia Club wasn't open here yesterday because it was their annual ball.
I know, lovely.
So it's all set up beautifully, but
140 years in Australia, the German club.
that's fantastic, isn't it?
It is, it is. And there's some great croquet being played in Germany. So we're thinking we really need to get a German team out here to enjoy the hospitality.
I actually, this is totally not croquet, which kind of is croquet related because it relates to how many people down here find it distracting having the Oompa Loompa bands playing some Sunday afternoons. But I actually really like it. It actually adds a...
It does. There's nothing like the chicken dance on a Sunday
That's
afternoon,
right.
is there?
Yep. So Stephen went down the line at the red ball, didn't make it, but that's okay. He's a long way down the other end. So what does that mean?
It means the tice wasn't really a tice.
No.
But it's pretty standard to answer the
Yeah,
position with a
That's right.
shot.
Because what does Greg do? You know, he could go to yellow to black. Oh, I don't think so. So he'll go yellow to red, presumably, and then if he doesn't get it, that gives up.
Stephen
And
two
Stephen's
balls.
actually, not in the corner. He's a bit off the line there. So if he does go
Yeah,
and misses, that would give him a double target
should do.
at mid-range. So it'll be interesting to see what Greg does.
Well, he is taking from where we would normally take it, so he's taking from the end of A-balk, or the centre of A-balk.
Okay, so he's going for red. He's going for...
He is?
Well, you wouldn't want to go down the line and end up next to blue, would you?
Well, no.
No. Oh, he misses. You can see in the shelter shed there behind Greg, that's Candy Forrester on the left in the pink shirt. She's the one who takes the photographs many people will see on our the
Cooks River.
Cooks River site that is shared to the Croquet New South Wales site. So you'll see some various shots from the last few days on that side. Okay.
And then your club member on the right.
Yes, Stephen Catt. He's a member of both Cooks River and Marrickville, but Marrickville's his primary club.
Which is the nearest club to here, which is an absolutely stunning club that's just recently celebrated its centenary as well.
Yes, it did. We missed you at it, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I think I was busy with WCF paperwork.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. So, 100 years. And
it was. We had a lovely celebration. Celebrated with the community, with the croquet community, so it was great.
Yes, anyone who's visiting Sydney needs to come and have a look at Marrickville. It is a very gorgeous little old club in a park. It's beautiful.
Well, that's interesting. He's saying that they're not properly measured in, so he's getting Greg to check the measuring in of it, which is quite interesting given that he's not on the line. I suppose he's looking from the corner peg.
And ironically, he's doing that as a favour to Greg, not for himself, because...
you don't think he was making it a better double target?
No, the opposite. By having them absolutely dead straight, which would be what Stephen would be asking for, means that it's better for Greg. If one was behind the other, fractionally to the right, which is what he thought it might be, it gives Stephen more of a target.
Right. Although Stephen wasn't in the corner.
Yeah, I know, but he still gets a little bit more of a target if the balls aren't, if the balls are offset.
Right.
So you'll find most players at level where they observe strict etiquette, and Stephen's one of those players.
Yeah.
He won't take an advantage
Yeah.
if the balls aren't measured incorrectly.
All right, so is he going to rush red all the way into the corner, do you think, with his yellow? Is that what you'd
Is
be trying
blue
to do?
Oh, I certainly would.
Black's blue, blue's in
certainly
the
would.
corner, so you'd play for the
100%.
cannon if you could get
Absolutely.
one?
A corner one cannon when you're 4-hoop one, happy days. You can load two and get some reasonable.
So this would be a standard practice routine as well in terms of trying to rush them
It
down
would.
the line into the corner?
It would. And this frequent... with this... They'll call us Roy and HG directly.
Well,
that's an Australian reference.
That's kind of one of my sort of rushes.
Yes, the comedy duo, sports commentators, YNHG. But yeah, well, now it just becomes a load and hold, doesn't it? Whereby it just gets tonked in, and when he takes off, so it gets tonked into one.
Oh, what, you're going to tonk red in and get behind blue at the same time?
Yeah, he's not trying to get to blue.
Just getting close to blue.
He's just to get close to blue, and then he'll just play a big-ish, not for him probably, croquet stroke loading too with blue and getting position in front of him.
And that's what we're saying, and we're watching that I think in the first game. I think Stephen was doing a load and hold, and talking to Steve Miles and saying standard practice routine is practice your load and hold all the way along that boundary.
Correct. Same again out of corner 2.
Yep. I actually quite like... Oh, no, I shouldn't talk about myself. Sorry. But I do so love to.
Your experience may mirror other people's experience, so there's always value there.
Well, it's also that when I practice them out of the corner, but there's also the ones where you practice them straight across court, like that with the one going across from 2 to 3 and getting your shot on, so it's actually...
And that's hard because you're working across the rush line.
Yeah.
At least these guys are sort of diagonal up the rush line.
Oh, can he do it?
See, now neither of these players are golf croquet players, although as we said before, Greg's done a little bit.
Greg has a lovely... what they both do. Touch. So just roll it through. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. See?
Exactly. Oh. Who said the hoops are sticky?
Yeah.
No, nice technique. And I think that good hoop running is such an important thing, just accepting the fact that you may need to have various techniques in the way the balls are set, or the heaviness or the not heaviness of the lawn, whether the conditions are wet or not, adds to the slickness. Just having a very open mind about having a range of techniques at hoops.
Okay, so he'll just pop red up towards 3. Nice big roll on these fast lawns. It's still quite a gentle shot.
Yeah, and I think even you and I are doing it on this lawn quite easily.
Yeah.
Now, you would probably have found that Stephen may have gone wide on this.
What do you mean Stephen's gone
I don't know
wide
how
on
far
this?
back yellow was in relation to where black is, but he may have played a more obtuse angle and still gone up with yellow.
Blue.
It's gone over to black with yellow.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to just loading through.
Yeah.
It's not incredibly necessary, but that's an option.
Yeah, but he's going to pick it up on his way around.
Correct.
I hear people talk about that.
Yeah, well, if he plays this shot correctly, he should be able to rush blue over to black, load 4, and then rush black up to red.
Oh, okay.
That would be the normal sequence.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to, obviously. If you want to do all that work now, you don't need to.
But if you can, you should.
Yeah, 100%.
Lovely hoop. You see, you were talking about etiquette before, and just saying with the etiquette is association players are particularly mindful of when people are taking shots. And I was noticing Stephen was walking down the sideline then, but he absolutely waited until Greg had finished that little passage of play. He was only going to fill up his water bottle.
I know, but I love it.
Yeah, I do too.
I know it's old school and people think it's unnecessary, but it's such a lovely part of the game. Is the etiquette, and it's a huge part of the game. Yep. The honour, the honour system with the self-refereeing.
Yeah.
It just makes the game well, not delightful. It just makes the game meaningful.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
And what I noticed yesterday when I was here refereeing was many of the players said, "Oh, you're here for the day," and thanked me for coming for the day, which is actually, sadly, quite unusual for people to proactively thank you for giving up your time. But it certainly shows a level of respect that people have for all the officials that make these sort of events possible.
You realise that most AC players at this level are they're addicted. There's no other way to put it. They're absolutely addicted. And the fact that you're interested enough to come shows that you're probably part of the addicted tribe too. So Greg's now approaching 3 very easily and nicely with a very close straight hoop. Lovely work. Yeah, as far as my predictions of anybody going down to get black gone.
They've changed colour, so we've got to change.
Take your time.
I haven't got my reading glasses on. I can't see to do it.
Swap glasses.
We did change the colours already.
But we have to change them back because Greg's now playing
Yellow.
So
Samuel's stepping in to
excellent. Thank you.
colour expertise.
Okay, now we'll catch up.
Now Greg's retrieving black to bring it into play. And once this is done, he's basically got back to having a full setup, correctly set up. Well done. Even with a stranger's glasses, well done.
I can see the cross to click, but more intricate stuff's a bit. All right, look. Oh, look, isn't this lovely? Now I can see wandering along in the background there, another Marrickville player. You'll see many Marrickville players wander along to Cooks River to have a look at the Croquet New South Wales play quite a lot. So, very interested bunch of players there.
This is a very busy sporting area in this suburb. As we say, there's about 6 to 8 soccer courts behind us, or soccer fields behind us.
Yep.
Football fields, football and soccer. And we've got the cricket nets as well directly behind us.
And there's the River Canoe Club on the other side.
Oh yeah,
so
and the canoe club, they're right on the river.
Yeah, you see the trees in the background there behind, past the cars. It's the Cooks River there, and there's a River Canoe Club there that's just been upgraded and has a wonderful new kayak launching ramp that they're all very proud of. So it's a beautiful area.
It is a recreation precinct. Greg's on his way through
He's
4.
through 4.
Like you say, there's not much to commentate when things are going well.
That's right, yes. There's much more interaction on the other lawns.
I suspect, looking at the body language on the far lawn, Pete Landry has just failed hoop 1 again. He had a great tournament up until yesterday.
Day 1 was really good for Pete.
He did. He had a triple.
I looked at it and thought, oh, good, nice to see the master getting a good tournament.
Well, getting back on the lawn.
Yeah, that's right.
We have to really make him do that this year. He's got to get back on the lawn.
But he's no doubt pretty pleased to see many of his apprentices do so well.
Well, I knowing Pete, he wouldn't take credit for any of these chaps, but I do know that he's an extremely good motivator and support network for a lot of people, and they enjoy the interactions with Pete, his insights. So, yeah, he's thrilled to have this many really good players in the New South Wales men's. It's good not to have to go to Canley for the weekend. No disrespect for Canley, but wet and cold.
Is it wet and cold down there today?
Well, it's Sydney v Melbourne, my friend. So it's wet and cold. It was last weekend. They were all down there training last weekend, and it was very chilly.
Okay, so, is he going to pop? Oh, yes, he's popping red over to 2 back.
Yep, which we saw him do again in the first game.
That's right.
That's
It starts
his
to
method.
makes you start to wonder which game's which.
Because of
We're
the
gonna
amount of
We're going to
similarity.
swap over again. I'm
Yeah,
getting a pressure
yeah.
area on my ear.
Absolutely, and we put Steve
Hand you
and
back to
Jeremy
the
back on.
other team.
So the headphones seem to be fixed now.
Yeah, they're working now.
This one only works on one side.
Hello everybody, it's Jeremy and Steve back now in the commentary box.
So it looks like we get to stay here for lunch after all, Jeremy.
Yep.
So 1 game apiece. And Greg's gone back to the lucky red and yellow balls.
Yeah.
So he's going for hoop 6 now, so we must have...
Yep.
Good. We've updated the score now. Oh, these guys haven't had any rest.
They went. Yep. They went straight on from the second game on to the third game. No.
Having gone straight on from the first game to the second. Okay, so we're set up pretty well. But as we see, even a lead, no matter how good, is not necessarily safe.
I mean, both these guys are from Victoria, so I don't know whether they're hoping to head home today or not.
Well, leave the warm weather behind and go to Victoria. I think at the moment they're probably pretty focused on what they're doing. Okay. So one more. Okay, so the familiar new standard leave. Just checking that black is wired from B-Balk.
It seems quite popular today. They've both used it.
Yes.
The,
Yes. Well, it is the new standard leave. That's
Yeah,
a standard leave. No problem for these players because they have such good control over the balls. And of course they start planning the leave a few hoops beforehand, so it's not an opportunity, it's just a plan.
Yeah.
And at this level, just putting the balls far enough apart, it's not safe enough. So our old standard of a widespread leave doesn't work. Nicely done. Oh, that was lucky. Blue hit clipped the hoop, so it's now in the right spot for the new standard leave. And just a gentle tap with red. So going through for 2 back. Okay. Greg's going to do all he can to get his first 9 and then keep his fingers crossed. One. Oh, a beautiful rush available over to 3 back. interesting to see here whether he uses blue to go to the hoop or just does a
Yes.
takeoff.
Blue is already in a good position for the leave,
Yeah.
and
But I don't. Yes, it's
Yeah,
always the smart thing to use all the balls. Don't make it too hard.
yeah. Yellow could run the hoop without touching blue, but he is going to be using blue.
Yes, he probably wants it a little bit off to the east. Nicely done. So this should be a much easier way to make the hoop. And even a nice little roll back from the ball. Okay, job almost done.
Yep, that's it. That'll be his nine hoops. He won't want to give away the contact. So
Yeah.
blues and looks as if it's in the perfect position to be a very fine takeoff here to get the yellow onto a red.
Well, he would have preferred to have it on the leg or in the hoop. Well, on the leg or in the hoop, but not too far, so none of it's sticking out. Yep.
Yep.
So now to hide red and yellow from blue and give a nice rush. Going on the past two games, Stephen will lift black. We'll see what happens. Stephen, of course, has gone from the A block when he's lift black because he's pretty confident of hitting, but he's already hit 2 out of 2 with his lift. Trying to take any chances. Greg knows how important this is. Making sure he figures out where the ball will end up after being measured in. Of course, at the end of your turn, all your balls have to be measured in. So red. Is measured in already. It's in the right spot, so just setting up the rush without leaving a double, of course. All done. Okay. Stephen acknowledges Greg's good break, which is the gentlemanly thing to do. So these games have been played in a very good spirit from two players who are very familiar with playing with each other and are of course state teammates and Australian teammates.
So there's no gamesmanship with Stephen wearing the Australia jackets.
No, I think he just likes to wear it. I mean, I don't.
Well, he's proud to wear it.
Yes.
When you represent your country.
Yes. Well, he's worn it. He wore it on Friday, and I assume he wore it yesterday. people play a game that sort of does all their speaking for them. He must be starting to feel a little bit tired. We saw a few mistakes creeping in last game.
I've noticed in a number of games at this level that the playing with dispatch doesn't necessarily take place. I mean, Stephen has spent quite some time just sort of analysing.
Playing with dispatch applies to your total break, or your for a period of maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes. So they're so quick on all their other shots that their average time is probably less than 30 seconds a shot. I mean, what we're really worried about with slow play is the player who takes 45 seconds per shot every shot, and then takes a longer time when they've got a hard decision.
But then, as we said earlier, this is the new standard leave. There is the standard response to the new standard leave, isn't there? Which is
yes, but every ball's in a slightly different position, so black's not against the leg. Blue wasn't. So this time, yes, they've taken. He's lifted blue, which is interesting. Different approach. Shooting at red. And misses.
Misses. So he's left the Pioneer on 2.
Yeah. So you'd expect. Oh, Greg's got a pretty good rush to 1 and a perfect Pioneer at 2. But of course he has to have a perfect rush to make that, although blue and black are so far apart, he can probably set up at 1 if he misses. So but that of course sounds like a Steve Miles strategy rather than a Greg Hill strategy. We'll see what he does. So Stephen's being pretty conservative. As I keep on saying, if you're shooting down a boundary, you need to be pretty confident of how it rolls. So yes, he's going to try and make 1 off a good rush. Nice little distance for a rush, 1 or 2 foot, gives you plenty of control. Now that was a very gentle shot, yet it's going to go the full distance. Or even more so. Probably a little bit further than Greg would have wanted, but these guys are pretty good with their rolls.
About halfway between hoop 1 and the corner.
Yeah, so it's probably gone 2 or 3 yards further than he would have hoped.
Yeah.
Yet he seemed to stroke it quite easily.
Yeah.
This is an important shot. I think that's going to make it all the way, if not too far. But that should be very vulnerable for Greg.
That's the principle behind the centre circle hoop approach. It doesn't matter how far away you are from the hoop. The shot is still the same.
I can never understand the circle hoop approach. I never teach it. But yeah. Yeah. Might have been worth a bit of a jumpy shot with hindsight, but and probably it was a little bit hard for a side-on shot. But croquet is a much easier game when you're sitting down, Jeremy.
Yes, there's this white line that goes all around the lawn, and all the experts are on one side and the players are on the other.
Okay. So a great position if Stephen hits here. Probably not a bad position if he doesn't, because I don't know if red is really runnable. It's probably close to the leg by the look of it. But the yellow ball sucked in a bit and black just missed it. It's a pretty close shot.
So I don't think the next shot for Greg is going to be easy. It doesn't look as if, well, he might be able to get red onto black, but he certainly can't get red onto yellow. Yellow onto red would be difficult.
No, it must be sitting better than we can see from here. Yeah,
Yes.
easily through. But a lot of work to get hoop 2 done.
Certainly is. There's blue and black are nowhere useful to build this break at the moment.
Well, he's obviously looking at blue.
And well then, well, he's certainly got the cannon.
It'd be a bit of a impressive cannon to get all the way. For our viewers, a cannon's where you have 3 balls together. So he'll have to put the red against the yellow, because that's where he has to take his croquet shots. And he wanted to put the blue has to be against the yellow, but not against the red, so that he can then get a rush of red to blue. And when I say blue has to be against the yellow but not the red, it would be a fault if it was against the red and the yellow. Greg's very familiar with this. So he could be trying to do his cannon and get his blue to rush over to black, to get behind black to rush it to 2, but that was one of the advantages that Stephen had shooting down the line. If he did miss, blue was put out of play. So, oh, he doesn't have a cannon. Oh no, blue's out. I should have looked at the screen, shouldn't I? Yeah. Looks like he wants to rush over to hoop 2.
I was shown a tip recently. If you're worried about, in the cannon, your croquet ball going out on the stroke, then...
Well, that was bad luck. It's amazing how often the furniture gets in the way. So there was blue, nicely on its way to hoop 2 and decided to stop over at hoop 6. What was your tip, Jeremy?
The tip was that you set up the cannon, and if you're worried about the ball, the croquet ball going out, you just tap it very, very lightly, right? And then you then take the shot as if it were the cannon.
Oh, right.
So it's now a continuation shot,
yeah.
And it doesn't matter if your croquet ball goes out. So you've set everything up exactly how you wanted it, but...
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
My advice if you do that is call over the referee first.
My advice if you do that is go home and practice cannons. But it's very easy to overhit it. Now, mind you, cannons an easy shot once you know how to do it, but a difficult shot until you do. But a cannon's really all about the rush shot, not about the croquet shot. But you're right, it's quite easy to have the croquet go out, particularly when you're in a corner. Sorry, we've missed what. So he's okay. So he's croquet blue out of the hoop.
They didn't want to give a lift with black on the A bulk.
Yeah. Yeah, so it would have been a nice lift. So Greg's avoided the hampered lift. And now it's probably going to be up to Stephen to shoot. Well, of course, Stephen can shoot a black because there's no, it's not the hoop for Greg. But he's going to shoot at yellow. It's looking pretty straight, but not straight enough. Well, it's Greg. Good shot, but we still have black on that boundary. Nothing. There's a lot of distance to get to hoop 2. Would you play red or yellow, Jeremy?
I always try and play the lower hoop numbered ball.
Right. So the one where you've got the most potential. And of course,
yeah.
The shot for yellow and the shot for red is much the same for Greg.
Yeah. The yellow can really only make 3 more hoops, whereas red...
And give away a lift in the process.
Yes. Whereas the red could make 8 more hoops and give away a lift in the process.
The red could do a triple peel as well. He missed that.
Can we have a replay of that? I think it's...
Yeah.
I think it actually
He's missed
surprised
that.
Greg. Yep.
Yeah. So having said that that's a certainty shot, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah.
So sort of proves the old rule, go for the shortest shot.
Would you have gone for yellow, or
I would have taken yellow.
you'd have taken yellow?
Only because it's just that horrible distance of nerviness. And the downside's quite big. And I have the benefit of hindsight.
This is the commentator's rear view mirror, is it?
Yeah. Well, but see, Stephen's got blackest at his hoop. And of course, once these guys get started, it's usually a 9. Lovely rush. So it's good for us lesser players to see that you can always miss a shot.
It's what I call the show jumping effect. You don't go to see show jumping for the horses to make clear rounds. You want them to knock a few fences over.
Well, certainly the high performance coach would have said that Greg chose the right shot. It was the execution that was wrong. That's what they say. There's always a right shot and a wrong shot. And just because you didn't make the right shot doesn't make it the wrong shot, and vice versa. But now we have still a fair bit of work after we make hoop 1. Yeah, blue. red and yellow are not in very convenient positions.
There's the adage about don't make the hoop until you've got to pioneer on your next hoop. It hasn't really applied in this game so far.
Well, it doesn't really apply at the top level. You've got to have a ball that you can rush. What you really want is to take croquet close to your hoop.
Yeah.
So you can do that off the pioneer, or you can do that off a ball that you can easily rush to the hoop. Which is why sometimes people will have two balls in the centre of the lawn if they haven't set up a pioneer. Because you can, once you rotate one, you can get a good rush of the other ball from your croquet shot. Okay, so probably red's out a bit, so he'll probably try and get a rush over to yellow, yeah. But not quite the rush that he wanted, so he'll probably split them parts. Well, that was a pretty good cut. Well,
Probably got it about halfway.
about
Yep.
a good way, yeah. Yeah. And of course, as you know, Jeremy, it's where the ball first goes out where you measure in from.
Yep.
So the first bit of the edge to touch the line. Oh, that's very nicely done as we're going down to hoop 2 with blue. Good rush. Now, do you do a roll or a takeoff from here, Jeremy?
I would do a roll, but then I'm not a top player. I would like to put yellow deep, make it an equal roll.
Yeah. Well, if you can do a roll like that, that would be the right decision.
Yep.
Straight through and hoop and roquet.
Yep. Would you do a roll, Steve?
I think I'd do a takeoff. Just because it's probably more accurate, but you know, that would probably be more a personal thing than the right decision. Particularly when you're playing with your opposed ball, it does mean if you, I suppose if you mess up, you can go back to your own balls and they're a long way away. So now he's always trying to get that rush to the hoop to make up for the fact that he doesn't have a pioneer. So he's having to work hard.
He is. He's a little close to back for this. If red had been further away, then he could have put red as a better pioneer after this shot.
Yeah.
But now he's got the good rush up to 3, and
Yeah.
red is a reasonable pioneer. Prefer them in front of the hoop rather than behind the hoop. But
Well, that's made the hoop a lot easier. So yes, you'll have to
he's
get over to yellow and rush that down and start to bring the balls in.
the croquet is a patience game. When he started that, there were opposed balls were nowhere useful, and
Yeah.
now they certainly red is useful, and yellow has the potential to be useful.
Much easier to be patient if you're good enough. Yeah. But also all these players know what shot they're doing before they even start it. So we want to get behind yellow. I mean, red being too deep just means you've got to get red down so you can approach it from behind.
That's a lovely cut to hoop 5.
It's getting close to the hoop. Bit of a nuisance. You can still get a takeoff to red. So it's amazing how often the furniture gets in the road. Lovely shot, look at that. But yellow's still in the hoop, so technically Greg will have a lift if Stephen breaks down. Nicely cut, and nice and relaxed.
And
Okay.
that I think is the key. Play relaxed.
I think, well, they always look relaxed, but they often say they're not quite relaxed underneath. But the key to relaxing is practicing.
Yeah. You mean they're like the swan, very calm and graceful above the water, and the feet are going like
That's
like
right.
crazy.
That's right. Well,
This-
side on.
This now looks like a 4-ball break.
Yep. Still got to make it yellow. Just got it. Yes, now looking much more comfortable. So, I've missed a hoop now. There you are. A bobble. Oh no, he got through. So he was just... Doesn't matter what distance of hoop, you have to take care. But Stephen's well on his way to a break of 9 and a leave. So rather than go to red, which would require a very delicate shot, he's going to go to black and then get black over. See, we're always trying to make those shots with a striker ball, a short shot. And that shot to black was shorter than the shot to red, but also was straighter, which means you get more accuracy than if you're trying to go across the line. Now look at that.
Look at that, yeah.
Yep.
Nicely to the east of red, so just a simple straight line rush.
And put the croquet ball across.
I think it's going behind.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, but across to the
Oh,
west.
Now at this point, would you try and put black as the pioneer on 2? No.
No.
And then bring yellow down to 1 back?
No, it's easy enough later on to cross over and get the opposed ball onto 3 back. I mean, the idea is to make sure you've got your oppo ball at 3 back, one of your opposed balls. So you can probably end up putting yellow across. Which can happen by him probably rushing yellow across to the boundary later on and then doing a bit of a roll out to 3 and then picking up red, but we'll see. Thank you. So going for 1 back and of course giving up the lift. I don't think that's made it through. Oh, looks like it has. Okay. Good shot. So he's going to put black down to 3 back. Yeah. Now he can rush yellow across and then load it to 3 back while he goes to red at 2 back. We'll see how far he gets yellow across to 3 back. No. Okay, so he doesn't have to have yellow at 3 back yet. He can always rush it across after he goes through the hoop. But does beg the question of where he's going to put red for the leave. So very light touch shots. This is good to watch. So he's still going to make sure he gets.
Looks like he's going to put red in the jaws of, well, just behind hoop 1.
Oh, you're right. Well done. Of course, it doesn't matter because there's no red and yellow clip. Interesting. I would have rushed that across, but we're doing a big roll. Plenty of distance.
Yeah, good.
Well, quite a surprising leave.
Yeah, I think he'd be probably have preferred blue to be a little further south, but he's
Well, he's now
further north rather.
doesn't matter now. He's got to cut.
Yeah.
Greg's pacing off the lawn. He's probably still thinking of that missed shot. Now I assume he'll try and put yellow in the hoop. We're against the leg. It's 9, yeah. Oh.
That's it.
Yep.
Arrow keys.
Yeah. Okay, so yellow's against the peg, against the leg of the
Yep.
3 back, as we expected. So, pretty good leave, because the lift is going to be difficult. So yellow shooting, being lifted to shoot at red. Red's in the hoop, so that's a difficult shot, and it's probably on this side of on the northern side of the hoop. So not a lot of the ball to see before the legs get in the way. But you do want to get red away from there as a pioneer for black. So I suppose really the only choice to do is to lift red. Yellow is probably very rushable to hoop 1. Greg making sure now.
Selected
Okay.
red.
Yep. Shoot down the line at black or blue. Probably a black. Don't think any shot down the line has made it yet. Having a check at whether yellow's an easy rush to 1, which I think it is. So this is a pretty important shot. Oh, it sounded so good.
Yeah.
So now Greg gets to sit off for a while. And again, a shot down the line hasn't worked out. He did take a bit of an angle to make sure it ended up in the corner, and also that it gets a better lawn. Now Stephen just needs to keep it all together. Croquet. Now Croquet. Take off to get the rush. So a bit of a roll out of the corner with red to get red over to hoop 2 and get behind yellow for the rush. A lot of work in this yet to come. So Jeremy, you can see they're always using all the balls when they can. Part of making it easy.
It's not always the case then that you try and dig a ball out of the corner after you out of corner 4 after you've made hoop 3. That there are times like this where it's more important to get the balls out into the centre.
Yes, because he needed to get something on the way to hoop 2. But that was a pretty easy shot for him. Because once you can cut a ball with confidence, it's sort of forgiven if you're less accurate with your shot. With your croquet shot. Now we'll try and cut yellow across so you can set it up to 3 and then get behind blue and start to do it like a more traditional 4-ball break. So this is what we call a bronze roll, isn't it? A roll that a bronze player often does, but not as well as that. Now he doesn't really have a rush, but long as he roquets blue, he can then take off to behind red. But you can see he's now in a straight line from his striker ball to red to the hoop, so it's a much easier shot to play than if he was trying to get behind red from hoop 1. So long as he's in a straight line, he can roquet it and have a reasonable pioneer at hoop 1. Lovely shot.
Having sent the blue to effectively 3 back for blue, do you think that he is anticipating setting up the peel rather than?
Oh yes, is that
rather than as a pivot between?
Oh yes, he's
3 and
obviously
3 and
thinking
4.
about the triple peel. And it doesn't matter if you don't make hoop 2, but yes, it was thinking about the triple peel. Now, oh yes, yes. My apologies for not updating the score. So I think yellow is a much easier shot. There's not a lot of black showing through the hoop. But of course, Jeremy, if he makes it with red, it's probably a good.
Yeah, that's the
championship.
If red had been a bit closer, I think he would have gone red onto black. But
well, it depends how much of black is in the hoop. So really, he'd have to make the hoop probably to hit black.
yeah.
You know. And that shot earlier on where he missed the 3-yard roquet in the corners,
and hit the leg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that shot as well. But there was the other shot where he missed the roquet that would not have done his confidence a lot of good. And he's sort of probably wants to get black out of the hoop, or it probably doesn't really matter as long as he gets blue and red away from being a receiver ball.
Yeah. Concede the hoop, but not the break.
Yeah, good. Nice stroke. I'm not sure what he's trying. I assume he's going to try and put red down the lawn and get black out of the hoop. But it's going to leave a roqueable shot, I think, for Stephen, whatever he does. Okay, so he's going to give away the hoop. Now, yep, we've got to put it in one of these hoopy things. I'm just trying to figure out what's he going to do, because he's going to put black away, but blue's very open on red, so maybe he'll put yellow behind red. But
would you not try and put yellow somewhere so that red could rush it to one?
Well, red's on hoop 2.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah.
So you don't want to leave a double. You can. Oh, you leave 2 balls in the centre.
Not good. Keep away from the centre rectangle.
Yeah, blue's on 4 back, so. It's a pretty big ask to expect Stephen to miss this. Yeah, he's got to be careful he doesn't leave a double either to black or to blue. Okay. So, fingers crossed for Greg as Stephen comes onto the lawn.
That's what I said originally, because I was thinking that red was on 1. So, but you then corrected me, saying red's on 2. So why did he put yellow there?
Well, he wanted to get yellow as far away as possible, so he couldn't put it. Didn't want to have it in front of red because it would be closer. Looks like this is lucky. This was lucky. Didn't sound like a clean shot, but looks like it was going to hit red for an awful long time. Let's see, even if whatever shot Greg chooses doesn't seem to be much for a future in it. If he chooses red,
If he chooses red, it's got to.
but he can't choose yellow because blue's on the balk line, so if anything stuffs up, it's an easy start.
You could play a 2-ball game for hoops 2 and 3. It's not ideal.
Well, you and I can, Jeremy, but you know. Okay. So this is what I mean, not a lot of future in the shot. And do a roll. Just not quite enough legs.
Yeah.
But back to yellow. With black and blue being a nice distance apart.
So that's why he put yellow there, was to have an escape. 'Cause
Yeah, but
I don't think he was confident on making hoop 2 in this turn, in this break. In this turn, rather, it wasn't a break.
yeah, but even now he hasn't set up a good rush. And if Stephen hits, he's got 2 balls together there. Didn't sound very good either.
No.
So that just missed. That didn't sound like
No.
a clean hit to me, did it?
No.
To you? And he's got the same situation that Greg will make a Croquet, but not much of a future.
Well, probably if he does red onto black, he can then bring black down, then use
yes.
then use yellow, rush yellow over to 2.
Yes. Yeah, but this is of course the shot that he missed before, and a bit further. But yes, the right shot is red to black, and the right execution is to hit. I think we can see a little bit of nervousness coming in on Greg. And this should just be a normal shot for him. Dead centre helps.
Yep.
Well done. He's been listening to your advice, Jeremy. Well done. So of course by hitting black he's now got the chance to start setting up a break. And all the balls are much more in the centre of the lawn. If he hit yellow, even if he cut it down and then got behind black, he still would have just a rush to 2. Interesting. Did he want that? Is he going over to blue? Or is he going to cut it down?
He hasn't glanced in blue's direction, so I think he's going to cut yellow to 2.
He's going to cut, but a cut always costs you distance. But he's a pretty good roller, and he still ends up with black and blue well apart, although black a bit uncomfortably close if he doesn't make hoop 2. Now Stevens missed 2 Croquets at that distance. They don't usually miss 3 at this level. Don't think that's going to... Well, it went further than I thought. Yeah. Leg in the way. Probably the right thing. He was trying to miss the right leg, but he hit the left.
Not quite the perfect double, but it seems to be both on the black and the blue. There's probably about a 4-ball width of target to hit.
You've still got to hit one ball, and if there's,
Yeah.
there's more than one ball distance between them.
And yes.
Yeah.
He selected the black.
Yes, well, it's a much closer ball,
Yeah.
and it's the one that is, using your rule, it's the one that's got the most potential in hoops.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he did miss it 3 times in a row.
Yep, and he found the gap between the 2 balls.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good practice for running hoops, isn't it?
Well, this is still difficult, so it's a very dry part of the game now, because Stephen might make it. Sorry, Greg might make hoop 2, but I suppose he'll try and, well, he'll roquet yellow, do a croquet shot, make hoop 2, then try and roquet black. So he's going to go and pick up black.
He's going to pick up black now.
Well, that's probably what a lot of beginners like you and me would do, is go for hoop 2. And that puts all the pressure on making a perfect shot. But even if he hits... Okay, so doing the croquet here, see, this keeps his shot simple. But there's a pretty big roll out of corner 2. Is he just going to Aunt Emmer it and split and...
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to go for doing a split roll. Put the black just behind 3 because it's black hoop.
Well, this is one of your practice routines. This is something you should be practicing.
Yeah,
a lot.
and putting red in front of the hoop, in front of hoop 2. This is it is what to do in corner 2.
Yeah. It used to be one of my practice routines, but I must admit I've got out of the habit of it. Ooh.
Yeah.
No.
I think that's runnable.
No, I don't think so. Jumpable. Yeah. Although Rosie says if it's jumpable, it's runnable. I do like to give it that extra spin.
They get the spin on the distance that it rolls on the ground, or the distance or the spin that you get on the jump.
But I think there's a bit more give on the hoop up the legs a bit.
You would need a bit of spin to get through that angle.
So here we go again. Can't miss 4 times in a row.
Where's your money? Where's your money? Show me the money.
Oh, I lost another $10. Looks like an AU bid, although that's $13 here.
I think we're probably going to go through the same shot sequence as last time.
Looks like it, yeah. Deja vu all over again. But yellow's a bit further east.
Yeah.
So if he takes the same thing again.
It'd be a little bit closer to black.
This is one of Alison Sharp's favourite shots. Out of the corner 2, she's very good at them. Well, because she practices them. Bit of an angle on his mallet. Hands slightly apart. It's looking a lot better.
Yep.
Well, he'd be happy with that. Even though for an AC player it's a long hoop, for a GC player would be delighted.
GC players will be running it from the south boundary.
Yes.
Yep.
Didn't touch the sides. What a difference a hoop makes. But we're still into a 3-ball break.
So at what point, Steve, would you try and pick up the blue from corner 1?
Probably going to hoop 5 if I've got a good enough pioneer.
You certainly need to do it before you do 1 back.
Well, not certainly, but yes. I mean, the risk is you don't want to give up a lift with a ball on a boundary, but yeah. Yeah. But you could do a nice roll with blue out of its current positions to a ball near hoop 5.
This is another practice shot that people should do, is going from the south boundary, putting a ball on hoop 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, north boundary.
And understanding your ratios.
Understanding the ratios and getting a good stroke.
Yeah.
On wherever the ball is around the hoop, when it's.
Well, of course, the important thing is to make sure that your striker ball is in the right spot.
Yeah.
So often you see the croquet ball in a perfect spot to be a pivot for the next hoop, but the striker ball hasn't got a good shot.
Yeah.
Well, Greg's taking his time here. But none of his time is wasted, so he is playing with due dispatch,
Oh,
because it all warrants the time that he's taken. Through we go. Oops, so we better. Oh. Here we are, so Greg's.
it's the wrong one, you've updated black.
So he's playing red.
He's playing red. Black needs to go back down to 2.
Right. Thank you. So yellow ended up too deep.
That's one example of where the furniture assisted him,
Yeah.
where it put the brakes on the ball. It's not a shot to practice.
You don't have to practice it, no. If it comes, it comes. Okay, so Greg's put the yellow across so that he can use it to rush across, maybe to the blue after he comes out, talking about what we were talking about earlier on, Jeremy. Bit of a critical takeoff here. So it's often harder with the smaller takeoff, or that distance. See?
Yeah.
It looks much too tight from here, but you got through. Well done.
Through, yep.
Just say, like Rosie says, if it's jumpable, it's runnable. But he seems to be a little bit hampered because he's looking at black. rather than yellow. Roberta's leaving us, so thank you, Roberta, for your work today. Roberta also does a lot of work organising the referees for matches that are at Tempe. And of course next weekend is the Beryl Chambers AC tournament, which is a statewide tournament where people play in their different regions, and then the winners come to Sydney for the final.
So I'm playing in that next week.
But I don't think we're televising it,
No.
broadcasting it.
Which is probably just as well.
Okay, so he did have a clear shot on yellow across to here, which is what. So he's doing what we said, which is always good. I'm going to come over and roll out with blue. Wow. Not content with just being in a roquable position, he's trying to get a bit of a rush, which he will. Lovely shot.
Yeah.
So once again we just see the power of rushes, which is the biggest thing you notice with newer players and even higher handicap players. They just don't go for rushes, and that makes the rest of their game so hard. And you end up doing roll after roll after roll, and eventually it doesn't work. Well, not I say eventually, usually straight away or the next shot.
Rolls are not necessarily bad. I prefer a roll over a takeoff
Well, no,
in many situations.
not in many. Even, I mean, because takeoffs can be thick or thin. So if you get a thicker takeoff, you can start to load your other hoop rather than doing the big roll.
I was using the thick takeoff within the roll.
Yeah, I mean, often the trouble with the roll is if you break down, you can usually put two balls together, your ball and your opposed ball. But you see these people do big rolls, but they just do them, execute them so well. Nice and easy through the hoop. Oops, so we've got 5. Which is so nice to watch. So you're still not happy with where yellow is? And you can do that overtaking roll. And get the rush to blue so his next shot is easier.
He'll put it east of blue, so he can then get yellow onto one back.
Yes, he will.
And the red.
Yeah. It's a way of thinking, all that zigzagging across the lawn.
That's right. It's all about creating space.
Yeah.
If he'd rushed the yellow to blue, he wouldn't have space to set up the pioneer.
Well, he keeps on thinking about where he wants the ball to be, not which ball he wants to go to.
Yeah.
Common mistake, isn't it? We think, I want to go to blue, and you end up at blue. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
So now, yes, he's set up 2 hoops, not just one. But of course, the triple peel hasn't been in play. It doesn't seem like he wants it to be.
Okay. He's made hoop 6 now.
Yep. You've got to give me some time, Jeremy. I've got to enjoy the hoop.
You've got to celebrate for him.
Yeah.
So clearly he wasn't happy about the black as a pioneer on 2-back, so he's...
No, because it's behind the
behind, yeah.
hoop. But I mean, he had to do something with blue,
Yeah. So
and
now
better to put blue in the front of the hoop and get black. Of course, the danger is he ends up putting blue in the way of his black rush with black. But he'll probably put blue well enough across. Not a worry for him.
it looks lined up with the hoop. I think you might cut it a bit. Yep. Not much.
But so little effort and such distance gained just from the clean hit. So we should be much better players after watching all this croquet. We've learned how to do it.
Well, I think I'm a better player through watching a lot of YouTube.
Yeah.
The real top players. And I thought it's made me think more about strategy. I think, why did they go there?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Always better to watch it live, I think. But you know, we get such good YouTube coverage now. Nice fine takeoff. Yep. Got to be a bit careful here, that hoop's in a way. This is precisely when you make a fatal mistake. Nicely built up shot. 1, 2, 3, yes. So I was just thinking, 3 hoops ago we had blue on the boundary and the lawn wasn't really set up that well, and now...
Now look at it.
Yeah, now all in control. So 9, 12, 5 is the aim. Oh, that's good. There's a pivot ball on the way to 3-back. Quite sure why he put black there, but I'm sure we'll find out why later on. I would have just done a takeoff and left it behind, but oh, it's probably there so that when he loads
Load
blue
3
to 4-back,
4-back.
yeah, he's then got to rush to yellow. Yeah. Yes, this should just be a little tap.
Just a little tap. Didn't want to send blue too far, otherwise it wouldn't be a straight shot.
Well, his ratio is probably going to
to
mean if he gets the rush on black, blue will be almost at 4-back.
Yeah.
So we keep on talking about the ratio. So to listeners, you should always understand what your ratio is. So Greg's looks like it's 1 to 4, probably a bit more than that. Whenever he does that shot. So just get out in the lawn and do a couple of straight drives and do your paces and work out what your ratio is so that you always know where the ball is going to go. Because once you line up that straight drive with the croquet ball, it's going to go in your ratio. course, if you raise the angle of the mallet a bit, you can change that ratio, but with a flat drive, for me, it's going to go 1 to 3.5. Don't know why I can't get the extra half, but that's the way it goes. What's your ratio, Jeremy?
Mine's about that as well. I did say 1 to 3.5, maybe 1 to 4 on a faster lawn. I think the
I've missed the hoop again, yep. So he's going to go all the way around to the peg if happenstance doesn't intervene. Good through, caught the legs a bit. Still a lot of croquet left. Of course, Stephen will get a lift if he wants one after Greg's gone to the peg. So nice and deep so that he can get behind for a nice rush on blue.
one way to try and improve your ratio is to put a ball on the south boundary, and you play the drive, and the object is to put your strike ball just in front of hoop 1 and the croquet ball just in front of hoop 2, and that will be a ratio of about 1 to 4. And it's a useful shot to be able to do.
Yeah.
And so
well, it's your money shot. You should be able to do that all the time.
Yeah, and that's the so.
Yeah. Well, I've never used that as a practice to get my ratio to improve. It's stuck. It's what it is now after 12 years of playing. So, but I might try it next time.
Yep. You just made 4 back.
Okay, nicely set up. So he'll probably go for a spread leave. Of course, he's given away a lift to Stephen. So blue won't be there by the end of the.
And it's just the lift, not the contact, because the
second time round.
Second time round. Yeah.
I can remember once in a tournament early on, I think it was Manly Seabreeze, I did this wonderful leave, so I didn't give away the contact lift, but then my opponents told me it was actually the second time round, so it wasn't a contact lift. I should have just gone all the way to the bag. That was John Gilhooly, who's since passed. A lot of fun in playing your local club tournaments. And you still get the same result. A lot of croquet in a couple of days, and you make a lot of friends and you improve your croquet. should rush black down to blue. Yep. So that's that zigzagging. You put the ball down and zig it down, zag it back, and end up just behind the blue, which is an easier way of doing it than doing a takeoff to behind the blue. But this is going to be all about the leave.
You were saying earlier, Steve, about the angled shot, the strike ball goes further. That exercise I was saying about when you're on the south boundary, trying to get to 1 and put the Pioneer on 2. Once you've got that ratio 1 to 4, move a yard out and try and do the same shot.
Yeah.
And it's the same strength shot, exactly the same. You go 2 yards out, 3 yards out, 4 yards. It's all the same. The angle will still put the ball in
But
front
your
of
ratio starts to change.
The ratio charges it would change, but that's the strength of shot that you want. So that's what you want to commit to muscle memory.
But the point with the cut is there's always a compromise between distance and cut. So if you have a fine, like a big cut to do, you can often be on the way to the hoop and just end up halfway there. Whereas if you did less of a cut, you'd be in line with the hoop, but you'd have a roll to do, but it would be a straight roll rather than an angled roll.
Yeah.
But croquet is all about risk and return. Which is why Tony Hall used to say it would be the only selection tool he would use for officers in the army if they let him. Because then you know how risky people are and how conservative they are from how they play croquet.
I wonder what Napoleon would have done, because he used to ask his generals, "Are you lucky?" I want lucky generals. I don't want.
So Tony Hall's a life member of Croquet New South Wales and passed away, I think, 2 years ago at the age of 97 or 98. Okay, so we've set up a cross wired leave. So black and blue should be wired.
This is the old standard lead, isn't it?
Yes.
As it used to be.
Yeah, but I think it seems to be the standard leave for this sort of situation.
He's made roll.
Okay, so thank you. So what's he doing? He's not quite happy with where black is. Oh no, he is. He's just setting up the rush for yellow. Well, yellow, of course, is on 4 back, if my score is right, which it is.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's either got a rush on red onto black or rush on red onto blue. Assuming that the...
Well, Steve, of course, wants to play with black because then not only has he got more hoops, but he's got a chance for triple and closing out the game.
Yeah. But his record in this game of getting the long roquets has not been good.
Well, that's probably all the encouragement he needs.
Yeah.
So I would be shooting. Looks like he's shooting for red and yellow.
Yeah.
I would be shooting for blue. Of course, red and yellow are marginally closer, I suppose, also. The extra possibility that you hit one, not the other.
Yeah, he's got
Dead
one.
centre.
Yeah.
Well, you can't miss them 5 times. So, Jeremy, your commentator's curse worked. So now,
I might have gone for blue from the north boundary.
yeah, I would have gone from the south, so it ends up in the corner. But we've now got to get to 3, but this is a good red down to hit 4 as a pioneer and get behind yellow
Well,
for a rush over to blue.
yeah.
Always better to get the 4 balls in play. Which he's done. So then he should end up with yellow as a pivot, red's a good pioneer, and a nice rush to 3 with black rushing blue to hoop 3.
He seems to be putting yellow north.
Okay, well he had to get his ratio right, I suppose. But yellow's on its way to getting involved.
Blue's in a nice place.
Yep. Well, blue would be nice to peel through, but that would be a risky shot because he wouldn't have a
It has not an
receiver
escape
ball.
ball.
Yeah. He still might do it. Yep.
He could be going for it.
Yeah, he's going for it.
And that's why he put yellow there.
Yeah.
He's going to and it's through. Blue is through.
Right. Yep.
Yellow onto 5 and a long haul to the red. That's a good pass roll.
Didn't seem much of a long haul, did it? Quite easily done.
That's a good one. That was yellow travelled about 15 yards and black travelled about 20. So
Yeah.
it was a good pass roll there to get there.
So it is starting to look pretty routine for a triple peel. Well, pretty clearly whoever wins this game is going to be a very worthy champion.
Yeah. No.
Now try and get blue across to penalt. I'll assume he'll just leave it there.
Which is done quite successfully there. And go back to yellow.
Yep. Yep.
And once again, he hasn't gone too yellow. He's gone to a space where he can then
Get a rush.
rush yellow to the hoop.
Well, that was just a bobble through, but should be okay. He missed that. Just as everything was going, one more. Yep. So now, red's in a nice enough position. Why is this yellow? Very hard when you've been sitting off for a while, isn't it? And then you get back on and you have a shot you have to make. Yellow's the ball that Greg wants to play with, but red looks like it's the ball that's got the shot.
The difference in distances isn't much, I don't think.
Oh, it's probably 50% longer, but
Yeah, no, the yellow is longer, but it's
yeah.
it's the only ball that can score. And
Oh, dead centre, that was pretty good. So, a seesawing match.
yeah,
And the best part of the day, and we've been left alone, you and I, Jeremy. So we should be on our way to the last 3 hoops and 2 pick outs. Nice shot. Good shot, another hoop. So Greg's wife is watching on, so he has extra pressure. Okay, everything nicely set up. So red's placed there so that after he makes rover, he can rush it to the hoop. But of course, that's 2 hoops away.
He's got a good pioneer on penultimate, and probably set
Yeah.
black up as a pivot by the peg.
Well, he'll want to probably go through with a rover with a croquet off black, and so that he can rush red up. But yeah,
I just put black on as the pioneer on rover. Yep.
yeah. Nice shot. So, Croquet onto blue.
Yeah. Much the safer shot. I mean, he could have played it hard to go through the hoop, but he might hit the peg and then not be able to
Yeah.
croquet either black or blue or even red.
Okay, he's doing a roll here. I didn't think he needed to, but yep, such a lovely roller. I think he hit red. Did he bounce back?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did.
I only did. Well, I just noticed that the line suddenly deviated, which is even better for him because he wants to get behind black, and red's even closer to the hoop, to the peg. Sorry. Nicely done. So easy when you've got these delicate shots at the end of the game, and you're all hype it up. You're all excited. Pretty straight.
Yep.
Now, okay. I think a takeoff should be fine. Oops, I better put the points in.
He just needs to get the ball somewhere near red. It doesn't have to be.
Well, the danger, of course, is that red goes into the peg, which it certainly won't do now. So it looks like we're looking to close out the Croquet New South Wales Men's AC Championship, with Greg Hill being a worthy winner
From Victoria.
from Victoria. Well, it's great that they come up here. I mean, I mean, Callum Highland's from Tasmania, but actually lives in Canberra. And that's boom, boom.
Boom, boom, yep.
So, well done, Greg. Congratulations, a
2
worthy champion.
2 games to 1, best of 3.
What was the score in the other 2 games, Jeremy? Can you remind me? Or doesn't really matter. Well, a worthy champion, a worthy game, great to watch, great to learn from. So we hope you all enjoyed it, and listeners and viewers. Thank you to Sam Gumbrell for providing all our technical stuff, and Jeremy Tyson Smith, Roberta
Tennyson Smith.
Tennyson. Oh, I'm sorry.
I may be a fighter on the lawn, but I'm not.
Well, I only ever click your email, so yeah, okay. Yes, okay. And Roberta Flint and Rosemary News for helping with the commentary as well. I'm Steve Miles. I think we might sign out now, Sam. I think we've got all the exciting stuff. So thank you for all those who listened. And see you at the, I think we're doing the AC Women's, but we'll find out. And good luck next week in the Beryl Chambers, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Okay.
My first match is against
Gareth.
Gareth
Daniel, who's been playing here
Daniel,
today. And
he's
Roberta Fleck's
been playing here today. He's
Yeah.
been playing with.
Well, the barrel chambers is a great for low handicappers because the high handicappers often do very silly things with their bits.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's enough. So thank you, Sam. Good night, everybody. Done.